You can bid on those items. As you bid on those items, you'll also get notification if you are outbid, and you can continue with the auction right there on your phone without coming out. But I'm telling you, you have to come out. You have to see all the excitement that's taking place at the Minor Convention Center. And we'll have also lunches with the food trucks that are outside right now. You can come get mini donuts before lunch as, let's say, an appetizer. And then, of course, there's barbecue out there and several other different food trucks. So come on out to the Minor Convention Center. We're here till 5 o'clock tonight. And then later tonight, there's Blacklight Bingo that's going to be taking place. And all the proceeds for that event will also go to help us reach our goal this year at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. We're celebrating 50 years of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and so it's a pretty exciting day. A lot of buzz in the air, a lot of people coming out. I already saw somebody that was here from the 5K this morning, and he had on a medal. So I'm assuming that he was one of the ones that placed in the 5K this morning. So a lot of things happening at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. And you can come on out and help us reach our goal for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Right now, we're going to take a look at a video about the center.
Reed is 3 years old. He is a pretty intense little guy. He loves tractors and construction equipment. He loves to visit our family farm where we have cows. Hi, buddy. He likes to go on ranger rides at the farm and go check on the cows and feed them hay bales. So Reed has a diagnosis currently of sensory integration disorder, which means that he has a lot of sensory needs. Reed is kind of a puzzle in that he doesn't have a big, broad, this is what explains Reed diagnosis. And as he grew and developed, we noticed more things, some neurological issues, sensory issues like we talked about.
Reed started coming to the center originally for some torticollis issues, and when we started treating him, we found some other difficulties that just presented some challenges for him. And currently we're working on balance, safety, stair navigation, core control, core strength, jumping, just some of those gross motor milestones that we take for granted that some kids just need a little help meeting.
We have really just been rolling with the punches with Reed. He has such an amazing team here of just adjusting to him. What is our current need? What are our current struggles? And what do we need to do to meet those needs? He has days where he is with us and kind of in our world, as we call it. He's very present, he's able to communicate. And then Reed has days where he's just not with us at all. And we're kind of lucky if he lets us be a part of his world. When you find out that your child has extraordinary needs, you feel like you and your child are kind of living on a little island, and nobody else really understands what it's like for you and your child with those unique sets of struggles. Big words that doctors were throwing together and geneticists were talking about and specialists were talking about, and that was just, what does this mean? What does this look like for him, and what are we gonna do? Within the last 6 months, one of the biggest changes that we've seen in him is just with his language capabilities. For a long time, we knew that Reed understood us, and we knew that Reed wanted to speak for himself. He just couldn't seem to do it. And that's been one of the most magical things about his team here at Kenny Rogers, is that his physical therapist one day just off the wall said, let's try a compression suit. And within about a week's time, it may not have even been a week, the difference in Reed was stunning. He was starting to be able to regulate his emotions and his needs a little bit better. He was calmer. He was more steady in terms of his muscle control. I was seeing him fall less. And his expressive language, his ability to talk, was about a 75% increase. We didn't see talking 6 months ago, and we see talking now.
Reed is a very hard worker, and he's very persistent in just wanting to meet goals and do normal things that little boys do. And so he works very hard for us, and he has just made a ton of progress and is really just catching up quickly to peers his age.
Having the Kenny Rogers Center so close to our home allows me to be able to successfully work while accommodating all of his therapy needs. If I had to take him to Cape or to Poplar Bluff, I don't know that I could make that work. I don't know that I could successfully be able to take care of my other 2 children and all the other things that we need to do, and be able to get Reed all the things that he needs if it weren't for all of the resources that we've been linked through Kenny Rogers, if it weren't for his amazing team. I just don't know what his life would look like. There's no way that he would be able to receive therapies at the level that he's receiving if I had to pay those out-of-pocket costs. The telethon and the donations of people from all around the country are what make that possible for all kids to receive those services from here, and it really, truly is a blessing. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Please make your donation right away.
All right, thank you so much. We're back here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon, and it's time for another child interview. And so as we get started, just tell us who you are and why you're here.
My name is Bailey Emerson, and my son, Cortland Emerson, attends the center.
Okay, we'll go on down there.
I'm Emily. I'm the occupational therapist who sees Cortland.
And I am Brooke. I am Cortland's speech therapist.
All right, so Mom, tell us a little bit about Cortland and tell us what his day looks like here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
He's 6 years old. He was diagnosed at 3 with autism, so we've been attending this center for almost 3 years. He does occupational and speech therapies there, and he's really blossomed since he started going. He can do more. He used to be very, very limited as far as communication, and he is starting to be able to tell us some of his wants and needs verbally, along with the communication device that we've received for him.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about that communication device.
It has icons on there, and he can go and learn where all the icons are, and he can tap them, and it will speak for him.
Okay, and how long has he been using that?
We just received it like 2 months ago.
So I'm sure, you know, with technology and stuff today, he's very excited about that.
Yes, and he can work it better than I can. He has to teach me where things are on it.
You know, that seems to be the common theme these days with parents of children. The children are teaching us, you know, and I'm sure this is one of those things as well.
Yes, of course.
So you guys see Cortland daily or on a regular basis. Tell us about what day-to-day looks like for you guys.
So lately with Cortland, we've been doing a lot with his new device. So going through things with Mom, adding things to Cortland's device, kind of showing him what I expect of him when he uses it. Lately, he's been very into spelling. Like, he'll go on there and he'll spell dinosaur, and he'll ask for songs now. We're working on feelings, so telling me when he's upset before it escalates, or saying that he feels sick, telling me what he wants to do, telling me what snack he wants. Things along those lines, just expressing his wants and needs in a functional way.
That's an incredible, and so as he comes to you and works through these things, do you guys set goals like on a daily basis? Is it weekly? What do the goals look like?
So the way our goals are written, we set them actually on a yearly basis. So we want to meet that goal within a year's time. But of course, you have those smaller victories along the way. So I kind of have in mind like what I expect of him that day and where I want him to be within a month to 3 months. So you do have that kind of set, you know, as a family, the smaller goals.
Awesome. And so what about for you? What's the day look like with Cortland for you?
In occupational therapy, we work on emotional regulation, so using the communication device. When we're mad, what can we do to feel better? When we feel like our body is super wiggly because our sensory system needs some more input, what can we do and be safe while doing it? So jumping into a crash pad versus just jumping off of something onto the hard floor. And then we also work on some fine motor, so coloring, cutting, using utensils to eat instead of finger foods. And then some using a straw. We've been working on both in speech and OT with him. And I've also been working on some like picky eating, so trying to get him to expand his safe foods and what he will eat in a day.
Got you. And so, Mom, as you hear what they talk about and you've seen progression with Cortland, what has what is one thing that you're like, we made it, we've accomplished something?
I think being able for him to be able to tell us what he wants, whether it be verbally or on the communication device, it has helped him a lot. When he is frustrated, I can hand it to him and, can you show me what you want? Can you show me how you feel? Because those sometimes are things that I don't know what he needs, but he knows what he needs. So him being able to express anything like that has been amazing for us.
Fantastic. Well, also, as the families, you guys raise money. We have a check presentation here. Let's go ahead and turn that check around. It's from Court's Crew. It's $1,291.55 from Court's Crew. How'd you guys raise the money?
We've had several people donate. We did a small fundraiser, just a couple different things like that.
That's just a small part of what's taking place here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center and the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Make those pledges, make those donations. You can be a part of Court's story. We're going to take it to the main stage now with Lisa Allen.
Church bells ring and strong love grows. She grew up good, she grew up slow, like American honey. Steady as a preacher, free as a reed. Couldn't wait to get going, but wasn't quite ready to leave. So when I
Okay, so we're back here at the Kenny Rogers 50th Children's Center Telethon, and just want to give you a little update here. We have a new number that you can actually call in if you want to call in to donate. It's 877-472-2727. 0397. Again, that's 877-472-0397, and that will dial in here at the telethon. You can leave your donation. You can do it online. So that's what we're here for, to raise money for these kids. So I believe at this point we have a new total. So let's see what we have. $64,760. All right, so we're off to a decent start. It's early in the day, but there's still plenty of time for you to donate. We want you to call in. It doesn't matter. I've seen them added new stars here. It doesn't matter if you call in for $10, $20, $5. Every dollar makes a difference. We found that most of our donations were smaller, and they add up to big things for us. So now we're going to do one of our favorite things. I'm going to kick this over to Jason, and we have an interview with the family.
Thanks, Mike. Man, it's so good to see that number continuing to rise. I'm here for another child interview, our superstars of the telethon, and we're excited to be here. This is Crystal, and she works at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And who we have with you, Crystal?
We have Toby and his mom, Ashley.
Hey, what's up, Toby? Doing all right, buddy?
Yeah.
All right, so listen, I was told right before we came on camera that there's a huge announcement that needs to be made right now, and I said, don't tell me, I want to be surprised, but you have to tell us now. What's the huge announcement?
After 7 years of speech therapy, Toby has graduated from therapy.
Hey, Toby! All right, buddy. Give it up for Toby. He has graduated from speech therapy. That is so incredible. And so this is, I heard you guys saying this is one of the first times in a long time that you've got to make this announcement.
At the telethon.
Yeah, at the telethon.
Yeah. So I started seeing him when he was 3 years old, and he's 10 now, and he was not talking, maybe just a couple words. And, he started talking, and then, we started working on some speech sounds and some other things. He got some OT along the way, some food school. So he's done a lot of things at the Kenny Rogers Center, and he's graduated from everything.
So when they get to the point where they get to graduate, what does that look like? What are the mileposts that say, okay, now he gets to graduate?
Well, for speech therapy, personally, he has met all of his goals that I wrote for him, to be independent. He's functional at school and can do pretty much anything a 10-year-old boy can do. He no longer needs me, which makes me sad. But
he still needs you. He still needs you.
Oh yeah, and we have each other's phone numbers, and I've let her know if anything comes up, just to give me a call. So yeah.
So you said he started coming when he was 3. He's 10 now. So that's 7 years that Toby has been coming to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And so 7 years ago, somebody set up goals, and they looked out and said, these are the goals that we want him to reach. And now 7 years down the road, he's reached those goals. Mom, you got to be ecstatic.
We are very excited that Toby's actually graduated from Kenny Rogers. It's been a long 7 years, from going from 3 times a week to once a month in the past 7 years. So it's been a lot, but we're excited.
Where do you guys live?
East Prairie.
So you live in East Prairie, and so that's about a 25-minute drive to Sikeston.
Yes.
And how many times a week did you say you come?
Starting out, it was 3 times a week.
3 times a week. Now, the reason I want to point that out is because I think that speaks to the importance of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Because if this wasn't here, where would you have to go for that?
Cape, Sikeston, or not Sikeston, but Cape, St. Louis, other places besides here.
Yeah, so you're talking at least an hour drive, maybe further, 2, 3, 4 hours to get him the care that he needed to get to the point where he's at today. But because of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, you had to drive 25 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, now, what is the most favorite thing that you've seen in Toby as he's developed through this process?
Most thing that he enjoyed about all of it was just coming to enjoy the time that he could have with Miss Crystal, because they would do fun learning activities, just not working on something that he didn't want to learn, but making it fun to where he wanted to learn about it. and to wanted to succeed more in it.
So, hey, Toby, let me ask you a quick question. Take the mic from Mom. What has been your favorite thing about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
Playing games.
Playing games. Now, he says playing games. What I know that means from my connection with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center is that actually means work, right?
Yeah, I mean, but we don't want to call it work because who wants to go to work, right? So let's come to the Kenny Rogers Center. Let's play, let's have fun while secretly working on specific goals and things.
That's awesome. Hey, so thank you guys. We're excited for you, Toby. Let's give Toby a hand one more time. So excited for you. We're going to throw it back to Mike.
All right, we are back here at the silent auction. We met Reed a little bit ago, and he is enjoying this John Deere tractor that's part of our silent auction. I'm kind of riding a bicycle here. I think it's just a little too small for me, but it's a Spider-Man bicycle here. Is always one of my favorite superheroes, so we will kind of see if we can get this to somebody that might be able to ride it. I'm not going to make this, but we have some amazing things back here. We got bicycles. We got fire chief sets. We got explorer sets. Man, we got all kind of tractors. We see some more Spidey and Hulk, amazing friends. We got all kind of things. We see an ESPN boys sports basket here. We've got all kind of toys, Play-Doh. We got girls baskets. We got boys baskets. We got trips for the family. We got Cardinal tickets. Ladies, we have a spa basket here for you. We just see all kind of things. We see men's grooming set. It just keeps on going on. We have all kind of stuff back here on the wall, certificates from different companies. We've got tanning sets. We got Adventure Zoo. We've got the Ultimate Air that you can bid on. We got Holiday World Splash, Six Flags, Magic House. Man, it just goes on and on and on. Well, over here on the wall, we have oil changes from local companies. Man, we have drills. We have socket sets. We have all kind of tools. We got a pressure washer. Man, the list just keeps going on and on. And you can do this from your phone. This isn't like in the old days where we had to come and you signed in and you kept having to run back and forth and hoping your bid and updating your bid. Man, we'll send you a text. You'll be able to get the information. We've got hats. We got sunglasses. We got bags. We have just a little bit of everything back here. If you want something, come back, bid big for us. Don't just think about the prize. This is going to the center. These are going to the kids. But on top of that, when you give and you donate, you're actually going to get something. Man, we've got an all-in-one compact laser. We have grills. We have fire pits. We got a little bit of everything back here. They have done an amazing job. And look here, for all you Cardinal fans, we got an amazing picture here. Let's come over here and look at this, Mike. We got a picture of Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina. So that's an amazing picture there. So you can bid and get that. We've got things, anything that you want. We got knife sets. We have pictures. We got frames. We got something for you. And if nothing else, it goes great for the kids. So I believe now we're going to go back to my buddy Jason, and we're going to have another kid interview.
All right, we're back here with another child interview. Again, this is one of my favorite times of the telethons when we get to visit with both the kids, their families, and those who work at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. So I'm here with Allison and Brooke, who are both at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Tell us who we're with right now.
So this is Abram Page. He's one of our spunky little guys who I've had the pleasure of seeing last summer. And Brooke has seen him a lot more often for speech therapy than I have.
So I've been seeing Abram now for a little bit over a year, and I feel like he has come such a long way. Like we were just talking about, he's grown inches. We've met like so many milestones over the past year. It's just so exciting seeing where he's come and what he's able to do now.
Yeah, that's awesome. When Abram came up here with his family, he gave me a big smile. And he did something that I have a hard time doing, and that is being happy after I get up from a nap. He just got done with a nap, and but he's a happy little guy. So what does day-to-day look like for Abram?
So right now we are just working on global functional communication. So whether that is him making sounds with his mouth, hitting a button that, he can ask for more, all done, ask to eat, ask for his favorite toys. And lately, within the past few months, we've also been working with a communication device. So that's mostly what we do day to day.
Last summer, I started seeing him in May, and he could not sit up on his own. I saw him from May through August, and we did a lot of sitting on the Galileo vibration plate, so it turns his muscles on for him, and he would sit up, big boy, so happy and proud. And his mom, Macy, was just telling me that since then, he has started prop sitting on his own at home all by himself.
Yeah, I wish you could have seen that when Mom told them that. We had like a real quick celebration here with clapping and excitement. And so, Mom and Dad, tell us what the Kenny Rogers Children's Center means to you all.
It's kind of hard to really put it all into words, but it's a place that he comes weekly to, receive the therapy that he really needs, but it's also just a place of like family. You're so welcomed whenever you come into the door. You're greeted every week with a smile and by name, and they're just really invested in the success of your child.
That is awesome, and I think that's a very important word that you just heard, family. It's not just work. Those that work at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center treat the families like family because they are family. And it's like a big family reunion when we come here to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Make your pledges now. Make those phone calls. Check us out on Facebook. Give any way that you can. We're going to throw it over to the main stage now with Lisa Allen.
It's like a storm that cuts a path. It breaks your will. It feels like that. You think you're lost, but you're not lost on your own. You're not alone. I will stand by you. I will help you through when you've done all you can do and you can go. I will dry your eyes. I will fight your fight. I will hold you tight and I won't let hurts my heart to see you cry. I know it's dark, this part of life. Oh, it finds us all. We're too small to stop the rain. Oh, but when it rains, I will stand by you. I will help you through when you've done all you can do and you can go. I will dry your eyes. I will fight your fight. I will hold you tight and I won't let you fall. Don't be afraid to fall. Right here to catch you. I won't let you down. Won't get you down. You're gonna make it. I know you can make it. 'Cause I will stand by you. I will help you through when you've done all you can do and Thank you.
All right, we are back here with another family. We are with Team Grayson. And if you can't see Grayson, he's kind of back here in the ball pit. He's just kind of chilling out at the moment, having a good time. So we'll let him stay back there and play. And we'll tell us a little bit about Grayson and what brought him to the center.
My name's Kenna. I'm Grayson's occupational therapist.
My name's Paige, and I'm his speech therapist.
So Grayson came to the center for general developmental delays, doing things like drawing, writing, speech especially. So we've been seeing him from day to day for skills like that to get him ready for school and, just his everyday tasks.
How old is Grayson?
Grayson is 4 years old.
4 years old. So what are some of the things that you do to help with those developments? What are some of the, I always like to hear, because, when we think about these, sometimes I love to hear the stories where sometimes they may just be playing a card game or a board game or just something where they're having fun, not really realizing they're getting therapy. They're just having fun and getting development and getting better.
Definitely. Grayson is one where it's play all day. So he has a lot of sensory needs. So before we can even get started, we have to do stuff like swinging and squeezes and hugs, stuff like that, so he can focus enough to do tasks like Play-Doh or puzzles or hold a pencil. So that's something that we've been working a lot on, is just taking a crayon and coloring. So there's definitely games all throughout. He needs lots of breaks, but he's getting so much better and more used to therapy.
Yeah, that's like I said, that's some of the amazing things that I love to hear these stories from y'all, because like I say, you just talk about Play-Doh. You just don't even think about Play-Doh or hugs. I mean, every kid, enjoys a hug, but then it starts developing, and then you just start seeing them grow and the growth. And so how many days a week does Grayson come to the center?
Grayson comes to see me at the center. He sees me twice a week.
Twice a week. So that's just amazing. We talk all the time about being local and the effect it has on the family and these kids. So what are the next steps with Grayson? What are the future plans?
So right now with speech, we're actually working with him with a communication device because Grayson's nonverbal. And our next step actually is doing a evaluation to get a purchased speech device for him so that he can use that all the time and not only at the center. So he can use that at home with mom and dad and at school to tell everyone in his life what he wants or how he's feeling, what he needs, things like that, so that he can tell us everything that he wants and needs.
Yeah, now, so I know Mom said I'm not talking, so we won't kind of kick it over to her. But I mean, so we see the growth in Grayson. You've seen the development, and so our goal is just to get him to be more normal. We always talk about that, but we just want the kids to have normal. And sometimes I know it's so frustrating for families. I've seen this with families, and just it's the battle that you have every day. But then we take those small steps, and then that first thing happens, and you can see it on her face. I don't know if you had Mom's face there, but just as you see this development and that first small step, that first thing they do, and it just you can just see the changes in the development, how it affects your life and it affects the families. And what we want to be able to do is see Grayson be able to, he's playing in the balls, he plays all the time. That's what we want. We want these kids just to go and have a great time. So I believe we have a check here. So we'll turn that around. Let's see what Team Grayson. $295.32. So that's amazing. So we appreciate, that money. We appreciate everybody that gave to Team Grayson. And as we just continue to watch Grayson, grow in his speech, I'm sure he'll be back here in a couple years. We'll see him jumping around and doing all kinds of things. So I think we had a picture of him back there a while ago on the balls. He's just kind of hanging out with his headphones and just enjoying himself. So what do you want to see Grayson accomplish, his next big accomplishment? What do you think that is for us?
What is after me?
Well, where he's at now, even being in the ball pit for him is a big accomplishment, being able to have all of that around him. But for me, being able to come to his pre-K class, sit at a table with his peers, do the glue sticks, do the scissors, stuff like that, is going to really be his next steps that he's getting better at. So.
Yeah, that's amazing. We just, we see these kids doing these things, and just we take it for granted. For other families, you just take it for granted. So if you're at home today, If you're watching this, if you're out, give. Please give to the center. Please give so we can raise money so that we can help kids like this. We want to see the kids continue to, to develop, because we don't bill the parents. That's just an amazing thing that we can continue to do. And without the donations, that's not going to happen. And so we need the money. We need the help to be able to, for our therapists, for our center. We were talking earlier. I've been involved with this for about 25 years now, and seeing the center grow, and in the building and the therapists. I mean, some of the things that, you ladies have done, it just amazes me that, where we've come in the last 25 years in the technology and just the knowledge that we can do and be able to help develop these kids and keep these kids right here in Sikeston. Because if it wasn't for the center here, we're talking a pretty long trip for mom and dad.
Yeah, it definitely can be. Even just getting to and from the center can be trouble for a lot of families. So us being here local in Sikeston and being in a rural area has been so helpful for so many of our families.
Yeah, it makes a big difference for these families that are here, and that we can continue to help these kids and help these families. Well, I think we're going to now kick this over to Jason, and I believe you're going to got a new total for us, if I understand.
Yeah, that check that you just got presented is going to be added to our total, and it is time to see what our new total is for this half hour. $83,614. That number keeps growing, and we are excited for that. You can continue to help make that grow by coming and visiting the Minor Convention Center. That's where we're at today for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. A lot of activity happening. We're about 1:45 noon, and so that means you're probably getting hungry. It's lunchtime, and there are food trucks out here in the parking lot. A lot of good food out there. I've seen a barbecue truck and I think crab leg truck out there. There's a Mini Waves Donuts out there. So you're going to want to come out and get your lunch. Then once you get done eating your lunch, you can come into the convention center. A lot of activity happening inside of the convention center. And back in the back, there is the silent auction that's taking place. A lot of great items that are back there. You can walk around, find your item, get on your phone and get on the app, and you can make your bid right there on your phone. And then you will be notified if you are outbid. Then you can just bid again and win those items. That silent auction continues throughout the day. And then the activity doesn't start. We're done here at the Minor Convention Center at 5, but then later tonight there's Blacklight Bingo at the VFW. It's going to be a great time. I've heard stories about last year at the Blacklight Bingo, and I just believe it certainly was an exciting time, and it's going to certainly be an exciting time tonight. And so come on out, Minor Convention Center. We're right here by Interstate 55. Also, if you can't come out, you can do the silent auction on your phone without having to come, but we would really prefer you to come out and see what's happening at the Minor Convention Center, because you get to see kids like what you're about to see right now as Mike has another child interview.
All right, we are back here with another family, and we have Dominic and the Dominators. All right, so tell us a little bit about Dominic and what brought him to the center.
Dominic is 12 years old. He has Duchenne muscular dystrophy. We've been at the center since he was about 3. He gets all 3 therapies. He's done some pool therapy too. He has a good time. He loves it.
All right, so tell us a little bit about, what we do with Dominic at the center.
Yeah, so I've been at the center 8 years now. I'm a physical therapist, and I've seen Dominic probably 7 of those 8 years. Kind of snatched him and then kept him, But so with the nature of Dominic's diagnosis, things change. And so early on, we were, working on some more like play things and walking and keeping him stretched out. And then now we're working with keeping his legs stretched. Last summer we did a unique thing of putting him in the pool, which was fun. We do some strengthening and endurance. So how we do endurance with Dom, he's in his power wheelchair primarily now, but we have an upper extremity bike that he can do with his arms to get some endurance. And then we also help the families navigate equipment. So that's not an easy thing to do. And Dominic recently got a power chair not too long ago and got some new equipment in the home, and we help them navigate that too.
Yeah, that's one thing that, with the center, we talk a lot of times with the therapy and then what we do there, but we do a lot of stuff like even like in the schools or in the homes, and we help the parents get what they need at home. It isn't just come in and we just kind of forget about you and put you out on their own. The center's great about helping families finding what they need at home to be able to get by and live, more of a normal day.
Yeah, so we've heard it said a couple times today, but Mom has my cell phone number, and frequently we'll ask a question and I'll shoot her some resources, whether it's PT related or not. She knows that she can just reach out, and I'll do my best to find an answer for her. So we love to be a part of the family, and that's what the center allows us to be.
Yeah, we keep hearing that over and over from everybody that comes up in interviews, not just from you, but from the families. Like, they're part of our family. I mean, it's when you see, the kids come in that need the help, that's what I love about you therapists. I mean, you can just tell your heart's in it, and that you love the kids, and that you take pride in the successes, and you rejoice with the family, and you can have that celebration time with them also. So how many days a week does Dominic come into the center?
Comes once a week now, and he gets all three disciplines: speech, PT, and OT.
So he gets them all in one visit.
He does.
So that's even better for the family. So what does the center, what does that really mean to the family, the help that you get, and that it's right here local for you?
Well, it's a huge thing for us. When we first got diagnosed, Dominic received therapy from another place, and we got recommended to come as soon as possible to sign up for the services by his therapist, who had a son who also went to Kenny Rogers. And the way that she described it to us, the difference between the two things were going to be, what we were doing at that point was like a local park, and going to Kenny Rogers was like going to Disneyland as far as what you could get in terms of services. And it is. It's a huge facility. There's so much more in that facility than it looks like from the outside. There's so many things like, the gait therapy, the gait studies place in there. There's the huge play structure inside. There's all the smaller rooms for sensory stuff. There's just so much inside that place that you just can't imagine is even in there from looking at it from the outside. Things that, we wouldn't see anywhere else around. We've been to other therapy centers, and they don't offer any of those types of things.
Yeah, it was a few years ago. We were in St. Louis for something for my family, and anyway, the conversation got going, and we were talking about, and I said, I'm part of the Kenny Rogers Center, and they're like, oh yeah, man, we know that place. We've seen kids. We have, kids that come up here and see us, and then they just went on and on about the center and how great it was. We believe, we take a lot of pride that we believe we do things here that other places can't even do, the bigger places, So, if they went for the center, they were making trips to, probably St. Louis or Memphis or even farther, and that is just so impactful on families. Let's just be real. In these days, gas ain't cheap, and so, and then you take these kids, and that's stressful on them as they travel back and forth. That's major to these families, and so that's why we need you to pick up that phone today, get online, make that donation for these kids. And it's not about, it's not about for us. This is for the kids, so that we see these kids develop, and we see these kids grow, and we see these kids, lives change, and it's impactful for them. So make sure that you just, make that donation, get on live, turn it in. So, and I believe now that we are going to look at our check and see what we have here. All right, the denominator's $153.97. Guys, I will tell you, every penny counts, every donation counts. So I believe we're going to kick this over to my buddy Jason, who has another family over there.
Yeah, we're excited to go to another child. The interview is,
Thank
we have the superstars at the top.
I wasn't here. Welcome.
And, Crystal, who
We have Jackson, his mom, and his grandma here with us.
So Jackson was just amazed that the Kenny Rogers Children's Center has been in existence for 50 years. And we talked about ages. I won't share anybody's age after that conversation, but just know he was excited that it had been around for 50 years. So Crystal, tell us a little bit about Jackson. What's his day-to-day look like?
So Jackson's been coming to Kenny Rogers for 4 years now. Man, time flies when you're having fun. So we've been working, so I'm his speech therapist, and we've been working on his language skills and some social skills, trying to, make him be the best Jackson that he can be. He also receives occupational therapy at the center, and he comes once a week. Was he coming twice a week? He started out at twice. Yeah, so he started out at twice a week, and now he's down to once a week because he's made a lot of progress.
So what is you say he's made a lot of progress? What does progress look like?
Okay, so for speech therapy, he's met goals. So like every year we do a reevaluation and kind of reassess where we're at, if new things have come up that we need to work on. So we set goals for the year, and then, as he meets goals, if we need to add some, we do. I haven't had to add any goals. So, once he meets the goals he has currently, he's getting pretty close to that graduation point.
So we might be celebrating another graduation soon. Pretty excited about that. Hey, Jackson, what is your favorite part of coming to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
Being creative.
What's your favorite part?
Being creative.
In therapy?
Yeah.
Well, we started, I think it was almost 4 years ago in 2019. We used to have to come, 2018, I'm sorry. So it's almost 5 years now. And we had to come twice a week for occupational and speech. And now, like Miss Crystal said, we have worked our way down to where we graduated to once a week. And we come, and he actually does food school during the summers too, because our variety of foods is a little limited, but we're working on that. And that's just the kind of things they do. He can now tie his shoes on his own. He can get ready on his own, brush his teeth. He doesn't need me for everything like he did before. So they've done a really good job.
I've heard it mentioned a couple of times with food school. I've heard that mentioned. Tell us a little bit about that.
Food school is where we have maybe a group of 3 or 4 kids. Sometimes when you're with your peers, it's easier than when you're trying to do things your parents are telling you to do. So food school's set up so that they're in the room with friends, and they kind of lean on each other for support. Oh, this kid is trying this. They're being brave, so I'll be brave and try this, But food school is all about trying new foods, tolerating different things, trying to expand their food intake, the foods they like, so they aren't so limited on their diet.
Fantastic. Well, you guys also raised some money for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. So let's turn that check around and see what you did. $1,185. And if you didn't hear what Mom said, they exceeded their goal by $185. So their goal was $1,000. They reached $1,185. So thankful for Team Jackson. Good job, buddy. Keep working hard. All right, we're going to throw it over to the main stage now with Lisa Allen.
Friday, we were all getting ready to go. Well, I was talking with my baby over a small velocity. He asked a loaded question. He said, how do you feel about me? My mind was racing, I was pacing, and the words just wouldn't come. There was only one thing left to do. I feel it coming on. Some days you gotta dance, live it up when you get the chance. 'Cause when the world isn't making no sense and you're feeling just a little too tense, gotta loosen up those chains and dance. Some days you gotta dance, live it up when you get the chance. 'Cause when the world isn't making no sense and you're feeling just a little too tense, gotta loosen up those chains and dance. You gotta loosen up those chains and dance. Come on and loosen up those chains and dance. Thank you.
My name is Tom Ritchie. I'm a physical therapist here in Sikeston, Missouri, which I have been for the last 53 years, 54 years, something like that. I graduated from the University of Missouri in 1971. I've been here about 3 or 4 months when Mr. Dave Reagan of the Regional Center came over and asked Carol Jones if he could use some of my services over at the Regional Center, and Harold said yes, but we need a clinical psychologist. So we traded different talents for each other. So I was excited because I love working with children anyway. And so the Regional Center at that time had in the center had 40 beds, 20 for females and 20 for males, children. And so I went over there and started seeing their kids and teaching the staff how to work and do different things with those kids. That's in the little area they gave me to work in, had a table like this one here, and for me to put the child up on and examine them and set up a program. And I would set up appointments on Saturday morning, one Saturday morning a month, and pretty soon it was filled up, and which was great. And I got to meet lots of fantastic people and kids, and it got busier, and it went to almost a full day. Helen Shelton had a son that needed therapy, and she had started going to different self-help programs around. And so she was familiar with exercise and things, and I was treating her son, and she was very enthusiastic. And after a while, I said, Helen, why don't we talk to Mr. Reagan and see if he'll give us some room here at the center, and we can do this a half a day every day. And everyone was on board, and so we opened up a small area, a closet, and we were just filled up with kids coming because there was no other services for them. And it just, word of mouth kept growing. We were bringing kids in from Poplar Bluff, all over Mississippi County, New Madrid County, Scott County. I even had one child, I believe, they brought him up from Arkansas because here was a program that no one else was providing. But it was just sort of, I don't know, magical or serendipitous, I don't know what the word is, but at the time, Kenny Rogers was coming to the rodeo. And the Jaycees had also become interested in what we're doing at the center, and they brought Kenny over to our center over on Center Street. And he was really amazed of all the things we were doing and how we got started and how things were progressing. And after the rodeo, he announced that he was going to donate an Arabian stallion to us to sell and give us some really good seed money, because our plans, we saw that the Center Street building wasn't going to be large enough. We wanted to build our own building. We sold the horse, for $75,000. And Kenny came back and put on a concert. And he always would bring in his friends, the Gatlin brothers or different people by to help with the concert. I'm still amazed that it all fell together and came together that way, but we had help from the medical community, the business community, and then the volunteers and parents. It just was amazing. It's unbelievable, all the technology that's been incorporated into this building, and the training of the therapists and all the different therapy people that you have here, the OTs, physical therapists, speech pathologists, special education. It's amazing because all those people make up, the building's nice and all the bricks and mortar, but your reputation has spread. I can go travel across the state or in different surrounding states and then know about the Kenny Rogers Center. You should give to the Kenny Rogers Center because it's the most wonderful place to spend your money. You definitely get your money's worth. So many children are helped. They're able to carry on the low cost or no cost for treating these kids. So please donate and keep this center moving ahead with its fine therapy and people that come here to use the center.
Such an incredible story. We're thankful for Mr. Ritchie and all the work that he put in. You know, a lot of things happening at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon this year, not just what you see in front of the camera, but also a lot of things happening behind the camera and even after we go off the air. One of those things is the Blacklight Bingo that's taking place tonight at the Sikeston VFW. That's going to kick off at 7 p.m. That address is 709 Smith Avenue here in Sikeston. I've heard it's a lot of fun. A lot of people go out to that, and it is exactly what it says it is. It's Blacklight Bingo, a chance to win some prizes, but most importantly, a chance to raise funds for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Also, another way that you can help raise funds for the Children's Center is with the silent auction. It's happening right now. A lot of people meandering back there looking at the different items that are up for auction, making those bids. I see people looking at their phone now. That's the way you bid on those auction items this year, is through an app on your phone, and then you'll be notified if you get outbid, and you can keep working to win your item. And so the silent auction happening, it closes at 4 o'clock, and so you want to get down here before then. Of course, we have the lunch that's taking place out in the parking lot right now with the food trucks. So much happening at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Come on out to the Minor Convention Center. Right now, we got some new live entertainment. Mike's on the stage. Who we got, Mike?
All right, I am here with our next singer. This is Ian. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Ian.
Well, Mike, I'm 20 years old from Prairieville, Missouri. I've been playing music since about 8, and I've been doing it full time for 2 years now.
All right, well, we sure are glad you're here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our main stage, Ian Ferguson.
Thank you, Mike.
It'll be fine by dust line, I'm telling you, baby. These things eat at your bones and drive your mind crazy. But when you place your head between my collar and jaw, but I don't know much, but there's no way at all. And I'm damned if I do, and I'm damned if I don't. 'Cause if I say I miss you, I'll know that you won't. But I miss you in the mornings when I see the sun. Something in the orange tells me we're not done. To you I'm just a man, to me you're all I am. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Poison myself against something in the orange tells me you'll never come home. If you leave today and just stare at the way your own touch is on playing around. Grass, trees, and dew, how I to see you. Please turn those headlights around. Did you say you've been waiting all night? Thorns dance in your eyes from both lights. Your voice only trembles when you try to speak. Taking me back to us dancing this wood used to breathe. To you I'm just a man, to me you're all I am. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Poison myself against something in the orange tells me you'll never come home. And if you leave today, you just stare at the way won't touch the song playing around. Grass, trees, and dew, how I to see you. Please turn those headlights around. To you I'm just a man, to me you're all I am. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Poison myself against something in the orange tells me you'll never come home. If you leave today and just stare at the way touch song playing around. Grass, trees, and dew, how I see you. Please turn those headlights around. Please turn those headlights around.
Thank you very much.
That is Ian Ferguson. So thankful for all the local talent that we have coming out to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Hey, I'm here with my basketball buddy. We hang out at the YMCA some and play some basketball. Sam Tyler, what's up, buddy?
I'm doing good. So we presented the check, and so I'm thankful that the Kenny Rogers support me, and I appreciate so much for what they done for me. And also too, I did everything like OT speech. I started Kenny Rogers 2010, so it's a long journey, but it really helped me a lot. So I really do appreciate.
So 2010, you started your journey at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And so it's been 13 years now, what are some of the things that you've seen happen? What are some of your most favorite moments at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
My favorite moment was just being there for the people best I can, and be there encouragement best I can. And I loved enjoying people. And yeah, I have a sister, but I enjoyed people.
Brooke, and you've worked with Sam for a while. Tell us a little bit about what you've seen in Sam as he's grown up.
So I've been seeing Sam for about 3 years now. Right now we're working on transitioning Sam to post-graduation, getting a job soon, hopefully. So we're working a lot on like interview skills, how to express yourself appropriately, reasoning through things like budget making. So a lot of life skills, really just thinking through those, using appropriate grammar, things like that. He's really at the end of his therapy journey.
That is awesome. And I know, Sam, that's got to be exciting, maybe a little scary as you enter into the adult world. We call that affectionately adulting. So you're getting ready to start looking for a job. And what do you think you want to do for a living?
Maybe personal finance, personal training, because I really enjoy working out a lot, being there, people, push people over their boundary, because sometimes people say, I can't do it, but they can. I believe it.
Yeah, I've seen Sam come out of the gym into the basketball gym with weights strapped on him on a weight vest, walking around like it's nothing, and I'm having a hard time breathing, like just walking into the gym. And so personal training, that sounds like really a fun job and something that you would be good at. So you also did something this morning. You ran in the 5K, didn't you? How'd that go?
It was hard, but I got through, and so, yeah.
So how long did it take you to finish today?
48 minutes.
48 minutes. Well, that's an incredible job. Good job running on that. Thankful that you were a part of that and keep working hard. You also raised some money. You mentioned that at the beginning. And how did you guys raise this money?
Well, we went to our town, our neighborhood, and start asking some money if they would donate. And those who donate, I want to say thank you for donating, for your time and your precious time. And this really means a lot to the Kenny Rogers, and you are actually helping these people in special needs. So I really appreciate for those who donated.
Yeah, Sam is a prime example of that reality, that when you give, you are actually helping real people like Sam and others that come to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Let's turn that check around and see how you did. $1,802.65 going towards our grand total for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and so thankful for that. So Brooke, as he starts to process into adulting, what do you set some goals for him to exit the program?
We do. Right now, he just has very broad goals, again, just for expressing himself, being able to reason through those adulting tasks. Right now, he's getting very close to high school graduation, though. So our graduation might closely follow that. It's kind of up to him what else he wants to work on and what he's feeling comfortable with or uncomfortable with as he moves into a job one day.
Gotcha. So you're a senior right now, getting ready to graduate high school. What are your plans? What's the first thing you want to do when you're done with high school?
Well, I really don't know, but I know I'm gonna do a lot of summer activity. I do know that, but I really don't know yet. Just enjoy life.
And get to enjoy life. That is for sure, and we're excited for you. We've got to see you grow up, and excited to see all the great things that are happening in your life and the great transitions that are happening as you graduate high school, graduate the program, and find a job and see where life takes you. It's really exciting. Thank you so much for raising the money for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Brooke, anything else you want to say?
Just that I'm very proud of Sam. I've seen him only 3 years out of the 13 years he's been at the center, and he's really grown into a young man over just those 3 years. So I'm very proud of him.
Yeah, Sam is a success story, and there's many of those success stories. And so we're going to throw it over now to Michael at the tote board.
All right, we are here at the center, at the Telethon. We're at the Minor Convention Center, and man, a lot of people are getting food out here. It's already into this 12 o'clock hour. I can't believe we're already 3 hours deep into this. Come out, eat, look at the silent auction, get ready to give your donation, help us out here. So I believe now we have a new total board. So let's see what we have. All right, $102,467. That's an amazing number there, but we got a long way to go. Keep calling in, keep getting online, make that donation. If you haven't done it, if you're thinking about it, now's the time to do it. We won't be here much longer. This day is getting away from us quickly. Come out and eat, and we are now going to watch a short video about the center.
Omarion is 5 years old. He loves attention, for one. He loves being hands-on. He also loves to play with his siblings. Ever since he's learned to walk, he loves to walk, and he doesn't want you to help him or anything. That's another thing. He's very independent as well. He has a diagnosis, which is hypomyelinating leukodystrophy. It affects the central nervous system, the myelin in the central nervous system. It also causes spasticity problems, developmental delays, hypotonia, and a lot of other delays. When he was born, he was doing a lot of different gestures that caused concern. So we came to find out that he was having seizures, done an MRI that detected that. I was very devastated. It took me a while to accept the fact, but I knew that was my baby. I couldn't give up on him. I had to do whatever I had to do to get him where he needed to be. He had trouble sitting up, holding his head up. He had problems with his muscles, and he could not eat on his own. He was tube fed for a couple years. Also, he still isn't very verbal, but he does say a few things. He says mama, daddy, and his favorite is bye and hi. He just recently learned those, and he says it all the time. As soon as we started coming, he started being able to eat different things on his own. And then my main goal was for him to be able to walk before he started school. And it was right on time. He started walking right before school. The intensive therapy is where he came every single day to therapy. He was working real hard in physical therapy, trying to meet his goal, and he did it.
So when Omarion comes to OT, we work a lot on his motor control as far as being able to put things together, take things apart, put things in a controlled way. Omarion is always wanting to please. He is always wanting to work so hard. It's hard for him. Things are very difficult for him at times, depending on the task. But he's always wanting to succeed. You can just see it, and he lights up when he sees you, and he always loves it when he succeeds and you're clapping for him and you're giving him praise.
The center is very important to us. They've helped in ways I never thought I'd see him come to this point. And I'm happy.
Things that I work on with Omarion are a lot of balance activities, independent standing. We do, leg strengthening, core strengthening, things like that you need build up those muscles to be able to stand and walk independently.
Any type of therapy needed for your child, Kenny Rogers is really the place to come. They really care about all of the patients, and they take their time, and they're gonna work to get that goal met. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Make your donation now.
Okay, we are back here with another family, and this is Cason, and he's been playing with balls here and looking over to his family and just having a good time this morning. So tell us a little bit about Cason.
So I've been seeing Cason for speech, I think since about August, towards the end of summer. And we were just saying that when he started speech therapy, he had very limited words. So he said, mommy, no, and yeah. And I think that was about it. He understands a lot. So he is very, very smart for his age. He just couldn't express himself. So he would get frustrated. He would get mad. He would have to act things out or, point, motion. And now he is talking away. He doesn't stop talking.
Yeah, he's been talking quite a bit here
Yes.
and recognizing his colors and family over there and pointing out different things. So and right now he's running around. I think he's seeing mom on the TV there.
Yes.
So that's okay. So that's what we want to see. We love to see the kids running around. So how long has Cason been coming to the center?
He's been coming since August. So in that time, he's made a lot of progress in less than a year.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's the stories we want to hear, is that progress and quickly,
Yeah.
So, but now you were saying when he first came to the center, really only one or two words was kind of it, and so now we've developed already into several words.
Yes, yes. And you can understand those words. So that was another thing. He had difficulty making the sounds too. So what he did say, you couldn't really understand what it was. So now he has a lot of language, and you can also understand what he's trying to tell you for the most part.
And I believe you said he understands better based off from the therapy. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So, Mom, tell us a little bit about, kind of the development and where you started noticing things and what brought you to the center.
Cason.
Dada.
Hold on. Cason at a pediatrician appointment, one of his one of his checkup appointments. His pediatrician had me fill out a form, and that form helped declare that there was some developmental delays that Cason had that we had been expecting a little bit due to his medical condition that he was born with. It was to be expected. So that form helped us realize, okay, this is when we need to start looking into what he needs. And that was at about 12 months of age. And so we've been in the process. We've been in the process since he was about a year old of trying to find the treatment that he needs. He currently gets OT and speech at the center. But just since this past August, since he started speech, he has improved so much. And we are so thankful for the progress that he has made.
Well, he's sure full of life. You just see him running around and having a good time.
He is.
So,
Everyone loves him.
Well, we sure are glad to see, the improvement that he's made, and just love to see him run around here. So I believe now we are ready for a short video about the center.
Jeslin is 11. She likes anything that involves music and dancing and girly, primpy stuff. She likes to read. She likes making new friends. She's a very friendly, outgoing kid. Randy, Bob, he's a mess. He's always got something to say about something. You never know what's going to come out of his mouth. He loves going fishing and catfish conferences with his daddies.
For some reason, he seems to be everybody's favorite. Everybody.
Jeslin has some cognitive issues, problems. She has very little problem-solving skills. She has a hard time with occupational type things, hand-eye coordination, things of that sort. Randy, he had a stroke when he was 6 weeks old, and he has severe weakness on the right side of his brain, on his whole right side of his body.
When Bob, all of them come to us, brother and sister, as foster kids. Bob was pretty much just a limp baby doll. And at that time, he was just a few months old, and they told us that he'd never walk or talk.
Bob gets physical, speech, and occupational. He's here for 2 hours every Tuesday. Jeslin is here for an hour every Tuesday, and she gets speech and occupational.
He's really come a long way, you know, and I don't believe he'd have been able to do it without his therapist.
These therapists haven't just helped these kids, they've helped us.
Jeslin's language goals that we have, you know, help her not only to communicate when she's at home or out in the community, but also it really helps her to progress in her schoolwork and keep her on track academically. And then her social skills, of course, help her make friendships.
With Jeslin, her handwriting, her following directions. With Randy, they strengthen up his right side where he's weak at, and they help with his speech. But they make it all fun. It's like one big game. They love coming to therapy because it's like they don't even realize they're working. They're just playing to them.
Randy can be a mess. So a lot of times there is things that we have to incorporate. So things that he always likes to do, he likes to work for a snack or candy or cooking. He is always asking to cook. So a lot of times if he doesn't like to do the handwriting or coloring, which boys, none of them like to do, I'm like, okay, if we do really good this time, I will promise that we will cook next week. And when I'm making that as a reward, it's still working on his goals, and he doesn't even really realize that that's what we're working on, but it's fun to him.
Going out of town, if she had to drive to St. Louis or Memphis to take them, that would leave us with either daycare for the rest of them or me staying home with them.
To have to carry 2 kids, you know, 2 hours away from home just to get the therapy that they needed. It wasn't even like we wanted them to get it. It was they needed it to be successful in life.
I don't know how we could have done it if it had been somewhere else.
I don't know what I'd do without the center. They've helped my babies. They're just in the convenience. Because it's not just them that are affected by this, it's the whole house, and with it being right here, it is so much easier. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
So send in your donations now. Thank you.
All right, we're having a lot of fun here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Here with Mike, having a great time, huh?
Yeah, just a great day to be out. You know, it's kind of warmed up. Wind died down a little bit. Nice outside, but pretty good crowd in here today, Jason.
Yeah, pretty good crowd out for lunch, I'm sure, with the food trucks outside. I looked through the doors a while ago. They had a pretty good crowd out there getting some food and eating. A lot of people walking around the silent auction. And another thing that we like to talk about during our time on air is the Wall of Fame. And as you look behind us, there are stars on the walls that represent people who have given to support the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Yeah, there's different size stars here. So we've seen stars added. I've seen earlier in the morning, we had stars coming out, but we've seen stars added. And if you notice, there's different sizes, and each size represents a dollar amount.
That's right. So when you start with the smallest star, that's $250 to $499. That gets you a star on the Wall of Fame, and that is the smallest star. And then when you reach the $500 level, $500 to $999, that puts you at the medium star, and then anything above $1,000 gets you at the large star. And Mike, we'll take small, medium, or large stars.
Yeah, we love the large ones, but we love the small ones just as much. You put several small ones together, it makes the large ones up too, Jason.
I've been doing this I think this is my 13th telethon. You've been doing it for a while, and as I look at the stars, I see a lot of names that we see regularly, repeat names, people that know how important the Kenny Rogers Children's Center is, and they make it a plan every year in their budget, whether it's their family budget or their business budget. They're gonna give to the center, and they're gonna give to make it to the Wall of Fame. Now, that's not why they give, but that's how they get recognized for their giving. and you know, a lot of familiar names, but also a lot of new names.
Yeah, that's, you know, every year we grow with new names. And like you said, Jason, we see familiar names, familiar businesses. They do different different ways to raise the money, and they do matches on those. And we just love to see, we want to see this thing. We need to extend this, Jason. We need to be able to build this on, put stars on different places.
Yeah, we're about halfway through the day, and we need more stars so that we run out of room. Maybe we should make that, let's run out of room on the Wall of Fame.
Yeah, that's our new motto for the rest of the day, run out of room. We want to get these stars on here, but it takes you making that donation.
Yeah, that's right. And you can give. You can call 877-472-0397. You can give online. You can come out to the silent auction. Come eat lunch at the food trucks. A lot of ways that you can give to support the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Right now, please welcome once again Ian Ferguson.
It's amazing how you gets me right to without saying a word, you light up the dawn. Try as I may, I can never explain what I hear when you don't say a thing. The smile on your face lets me know that you need me. You're truly alright, saying you'll never leave me. A touch of hand said you catch me if ever I fall. You say it best when you say nothing at all. All day long, watching you people talking out loud. But when you hold me near, you can drown out the crowd. Oh, Mr. Webster just never defined what's being said between your heart and mine. This smile on your face lets me know that you need me. You're truly alright, saying you'll never leave me. The touch of your hand says you'll catch me if ever I fall. You say it best when you say nothing at all. The smile on your face lets me know that you need me. You're truly alright, saying you'll never leave me. The touch of your hand says you'll catch me if ever I fall. You say it best when you say nothing at all.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are back here with the family, and we are who we have here today.
I'm Stephen Foley. I'm Dad. This is my wife, Jennifer Foley.
And I'm Jennifer Foley, Mom.
Okay, and who do we have back here in the ball pit?
Matthew.
Matthew. So tell us a little bit about Matthew.
Matthew is autistic. He's been going to Kenny Rogers for speech and occupational, mostly speech, I think, for about a year and a half, 2 years now. And we've seen very, very much success out of the program. So, and he's awesome with it. So,
All right. So tell us a little about what we're doing with him there at the center.
Yeah, I'm Paige. I'm Matthew's speech therapist. We are working a lot with Matthew right now on answering WH questions, so like who, what, when, where questions that he'll need for, all of his life, but especially in school and to answer questions about his day. And we've been working a lot on retelling stories. So telling what we did in the speech session. So at the end of every session, we go out to Dad and we go through a list of Matthew tells Dad what we did that day. And we're really working on that to work towards him being able to come home from school and tell everything that happened at school, or be able to put together a story to tell his teacher at school what happened at home, so that he can tell family and peers and his teachers different stories.
Yeah, and that makes, as we see this growth, it's got to make it better for the school and being able to come home and communicate and tell you what's happening.
Yeah, oh yeah, very much. The teachers and Kenny Rogers do work together. I believe they work with the school too. So he's getting all the help he can get, and it shows. So.
Yeah, that's one great thing about the center. I mean, we're in the schools. We're working. We'll work wherever we got to get to help the kids, and that's really what it's about. So that the therapists were working with them. So, what do you think? What's the biggest development? I mean, what was like that aha moment? I know you continue to have them, but since when you started, you've seen that you're like, now I can see some improvement. I can see some changes.
So he is better at telling us what he wants, what he needs, and even on like asking, when he gets home from school, what happened at school. Most of the time he tells me he gets put in timeout because he doesn't like to listen sometimes, likes to do his own thing, but that is a big thing. He was never able to do that before with us, tell us stuff from his day, and that's a big deal.
You probably don't hear that a lot of times when parents say, I'm glad to hear I got time out at school, but that was a great moment for you to know that he can not only communicate with you, but he actually really recognizes it and have that communication, at the school with the teacher and at home with you. So tell me again, how long have you been coming to the center?
About a year and a half.
Okay, so in this year and a half, you see those small steps, and that's the thing. What really amazes me, we keep talking about this, but when you go to the center, we do things that you don't even think is therapy. That's the cool thing about, they're doing that. We talked about earlier, they were hugging or playing games, playing with Play-Doh. So what are some of his favorite things to do at the center?
That would be a Paige question. I'm not.
Right now, his favorite thing is to play games on my computer, because he doesn't think that that's work. So we do a lot of answering our questions, playing games that he likes to do, and he does great with that. We've been doing really well with engagement and just making so much progress with playing just computer games.
It looks like he's having a good time back there in the balls. They always like the ball pits. Every one of them likes the ball pits. So I'll tell you what, we have a check here. So let's take a look and see our check. All right. This is amazing. $1,661.64. So tell us what you guys did to raise this money, how that you got the word out, and what you accomplished here.
Well, a majority of it came from my company that I work for, Allen Wire. They took up a donation, and they do it all year long, and this is the end result. It goes between the employees who have children at Go. They distribute it in their name, but it all goes to Kenny Rogers. So,
yeah, we hear Allen Wire's.
Two online people that donated through online. So.
Okay, so some online donations also. Allen Wire, we was talking a few months ago. about, you know, names that we keep hearing every year, and Alan Wire is always one of those. They always help out with the center and give us donations. So we're so glad that, you know, appreciate you raising the money, doing everything, and continue growth. So now we're going to go to a short video about the center.
Hi, my name is Tricia Sindel. I'm a physical therapist here at Kenny Rogers Center, and I lead out on our adaptive sports program. Adaptive sports are sports for children with disabilities, and these sports are very similar to typical sports. They just allow for the necessary modifications to allow more athletes to play. Adaptive sports can be recreational and competitive. We do recreational mostly, but we have started competing, and kids can even compete up into a national level now. The mission of the Kenny Rogers Center is to improve the quality of life for individuals with special needs and their families in our area, and we believe that our adaptive sports program does just that. We started the adaptive sports program here when we realized how great of a need we have. We have so many athletes that come in and out of our doors every day, and they did not have an outlet to play sports, and we wanted to give them that outlet. We were able to start our adaptive sports program through funding with the Christopher Reeves Foundation and our special partnerships with Alliance Medical and Rehab and Shady Acres Church of Christ. We also have many generous donors in the community and different organizations that have helped us out along the way. Adaptive sports offer many benefits other than just being fun. Adaptive sports encourage physical fitness, mental sharpness, social skills through the formation of community and new networks, a sense of belonging of team, and all of this together improves a kid's confidence and builds a positive identity. The sports we currently offer here at the center are power soccer and wheelchair basketball. And last year, at the end of our season, our wheelchair team got to go compete competitively in St. Louis, which was a blast for these kids. We are currently expanding our horizons, and we plan to, by this summer, start adaptive track, adaptive cheerleading, and then we are going to start unified sports, which are for kids that are able to ambulate but may have cognitive or other disabilities that impair their play. And we are going to start unified basketball, unified soccer, and unified track. It has been such a blessing to be a part of this program and to see these kids thrive and blossom through the outlet of sports.
All right, I'm here with Tricia and Lex, and you just saw Tricia on the video there for the adaptive sports program. Tricia, I know this is a passion of yours. Tell us a little bit of why it's such a passion for you.
So I grew up playing sports, and I coached some sports through college, and I also was a part of the Mizzou wheelchair basketball team, doing some coaching and some PT stuff with them when I was in college. And when I came to the center, there were so many kids that had so much potential, but there wasn't an outlet for them to utilize their skills. And a lot of them didn't even know it was possible. And so I quickly came to Brandy and Michelle and was like, oh, we got to do this. Like, we can do it with limited resources, and we just need to start. So that's where they kind of got birthed out of that. And then it's progressed from there. We have a now competitive wheelchair, power chair soccer team that just played in our first actual competitive tournament in St. Louis a couple weekends ago, and the sky's the limit, really. But yeah, we got to start that now.
You know, and I know Tricia and her family pretty well, and when I think about this program, it really is a family investment. I know your husband helps as he pulls the trailer with the truck and to get the equipment to wherever you're going for the tournament. And it really is, I just wanted to mention that because I think people may miss the investment with time and family time that is involved, but it's all because of the kids. It's all to give the kids the opportunity to do some things that maybe they thought or their family thought they would never get to do.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we still are, it absolutely takes a village. Like, it just takes a village. And I'm blessed to have my husband help, but then others just volunteer. Like Lex volunteers as a volunteer coach, and we have several girls at the center that just want to be there and help out and volunteer, and it takes a village for sure. Yeah, it takes a village.
So it's called adaptive sports. So tell us, it's more than just soccer or more than just basketball. What all goes into adaptive sports?
Yeah, so we have to take each kid's individual needs into an account when they sign up for our sports. So some kids are able to walk, but they're not able to run, or some kids are able to only drive a power chair with their head, and so we got to figure out what that looks like for them. Or they even have power chairs where they drive with their mouth, and we don't have any kids that are currently doing that, but we may come across that. So it takes a lot of just skill on the therapist's part to figure out how to set up the environment for the kid to be successful.
And you mentioned all that, and what I'm sitting here thinking and hearing is dollars. It costs dollars to even make this available to these kids.
Lots of dollars. So we do have, we're blessed with having quite a bit of equipment that people have donated back to the center, but what we've done is we've taken these power chairs that are meant for everyday use, and we've souped them up a little bit, put a cage on the front of them, and that's what we're playing in. And so there are power chairs that are made just for soccer that we haven't been able to quite afford yet. But we've been blessed to have a program because people are donating, and we just hope that one day with our competitive team that we can step it up and give them power chairs that are meant for soccer.
Yeah, and she says that with all humility, but I know that really is a passion of yours to get those power chairs. And so just give us an idea. What would it cost to have those power chairs?
Yeah, so they're, lovely. Everything is going up currently, but it's about $10,000 per chair, which is cheap in the world of power chairs. We see kids driving power chairs around here, and those are like $40,000. So the competitive soccer chairs are about 10, and we need 4 on the court at a time. So it'd be about $40,000.
So 4 power chairs at $10,000 a chair, $40,000. And here's what I know. The people that are a part of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon, that are watching online, that are here in the room, there may be somebody here that can help reach that goal as well. And so if you're interested in helping get those power chairs, contact Tricia, contact the center, and let them know. And so you have soccer, basketball.
Yeah, so we have power soccer that they play in power wheelchairs. We have manual wheelchair basketball, and then we have unified sports that are for kids that are ambulatory. And so we do soccer and basketball for kids that have autism or just a learning delay. And then we also have cheer and dance.
Awesome. And so also I know that I saw in the video you partner with the YMCA, Tanner Street, to use their gyms. If people want to come out, they can come out and watch when you're having this?
Yeah. So we always try and live stream our games, and then we welcome the public to come and check it out and what we're doing. We usually once a week even have a practice, and we would welcome you to see what they're doing at practice too.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for everything. We look forward to the growth of this program. We're going to throw it over to another child interview now.
Okay, we are back here with another family, and we have a shy one here with us this time. So I don't think we're going to get to talk to him, but that's okay. He wouldn't even really tell me hi, but that's okay. So tell us a little bit about this family and what brought them to the center.
So I'm Paige. I'm Colson's speech therapist. Colson comes to see me to work mainly on our speech sounds. But we do work a little bit on some WH questions as well, so answering our who, what, when, and where, but mainly speech sounds so that our speech can be understood a little bit better.
Okay. So how long has Colson been coming to the center?
A year and a half.
So a year and a half. So we always talk about when we started and the changes that we've made. What's the development? What's it been like for you at home in a day-to-day life with Colson?
So communication has just gotten better. He used to get pretty frustrated when nobody could understand him, and so just communication and him not getting as frustrated at home has just been 0 to 100. He's just so much better now, not getting frustrated.
Yeah, so that communication, being able to understand, and we talk about the parents a lot, but sometimes we forget about that with the kids because they're trying to communicate, and to them, they know what they're saying and they know what they're trying to communicate with, and we have struggles. So I think times when we do therapy, we work with the kids, but we communicate with the parents to understand where we're at and what they need to do. So we don't just help the kids; we also help the parents.
Yeah, we work a lot with Colson too on like working on home activities. So we send what we're working on in therapy home to work on, so that carries over. I think that helps him a lot too, just to get that extra practice in during the week.
Yeah, so he's up here, got a pretty, beautiful smile. Like I said, he's pretty shy. He didn't want to talk. So, that the impact that we have, though, we talk about this all the time with the families. You guys live here locally? Yeah, they live locally. So, if it wasn't for, the center, we're driving, and that's hard on the kids. How old is he? He's 5. So, you start taking trips to St. Louis or Memphis for a 5-year-old, that's impactful, not only for you, but for him and, and your everyday life and your jobs, and so that makes it such a great opportunity for you, the family, just to be able to come here to the center, to be able to just, get him work. And, the biggest thing is seeing that development and seeing that communication, that grow. And, we're just going to continue, we'll see that growth will continue. So, what do you see, what stages, what type of changes will you make in the near future to help him develop?
So right now we've been working a lot on like our K's and our G's to help with understanding our speech, but we've been able to kind of work on that instead of just in like one word, be able to work on that sometimes in like sentences. So we're noticing those changes just when he's having a conversation with me talking about a movie or something that he's playing. Like we're seeing those sounds in his sentences, which is fantastic because that just shows how much progress we've been making, and we've been working on some new sounds. So we're able to kind of add that in too and just make all of these changes.
All right, so that's great to hear. And we're going to turn around, let's check around and see what we raised. All right, so we have $1,020.51 from Team Colson. So how did you raise this money?
So mostly through social media, family, friends, and work family. They all know how important this is to us, and they've seen us struggle and how much progress we've made, and so it means a lot to them too. And so mostly social media and yeah, just family and friends and work family.
All right, so yeah, that's we keep hearing that. Just keep giving. That affects family, friends, and we just continue to see that how it affects everybody in the area. So I believe now we are going to go back to our main stage for some more entertainment with Ian Ferguson.
All right, so this next song here is a new song I got coming out April 19th. It's called Runaway. I hope you guys enjoy it.
Come on, baby, let's go ride this train way out west. You dropped off in a little small town. Got the road one way heavy and I will throw it on my back. Come on, baby, let's go and gotta get there fast. 'Cause I will always love you. Hear that train in the road, slowing up for the hills. Get on board, go away out west. See the stars light up the purple night sky. Hear that lonesome wolf howl. But the only thing on my mind tonight is with you. With on through these mountains, smelling them palm trees. Looking at you and looking at me. when I'm sleeping now. I just toss and turn 'cause I don't want you to leave. But I know that's not true, 'cause the only thing in my world is being
From Sikeston, Missouri, it's the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon with many of your local favorites. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Kenny Rogers Children's Center. We treat children like our own. Once I thought that love was something I could never do. Didn't know that I could feel this love. you. Don't do something for me. Where you talk, where you tease. By now I think you see there ain't nothing about you. Don't do something for me.
Thank you very much.
And we are here with the folks from Focus Bank. It's Britt McConnell and Britt. You guys every year take part in the telethon. Love giving back to the center and what they do for kids here in Southeast Missouri. Tell us a little bit about your bank and your wonderful employees.
Well, that's right. We got many wonderful employees, and they always participate in our fundraiser every year for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, which we have a contest so that, we give first through fourth prizes and treat them to some good prizes if they've raised the most money. So they always do an excellent job, and I think this is our 22nd year here now, so we're just blessed to be a part of it.
Reed, it's always awesome to see all these different businesses in the community that just love to give back.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's what it's all about. And we're with, tell them who you are.
Misty Matthews.
Now, Misty, let's talk a little bit more. Everybody contributes to this. This is through the bank itself and the bank employees, right?
Yes, sir.
So I guess without further ado, let's see what they got here.
Let's turn this check
They
around.
got the big check in hand. Oh, my goodness. Check that out.
Look at that, $15,125.92. You guys always go above and beyond. Love having you here in the community. Love the fact that you guys get involved. And Britt, it's always nice to have local participation here and local ownership of the banks and love what you guys do there.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you for doing this and the center for what they do. Obviously, there's nothing better.
All right, we'll have you guys step off that direction. Thanks a lot,
Awesome.
guys.
That right there goes to show you. And I mean, when you think about Focus Bank, you think about how many other things they do through the course of the year.
Yeah.
What a great organization in Southeast Missouri. Here we go. Here's
Here
somebody
comes my
ready
buddy.
to get on the air.
This is my
Come
buddy
on in
right here.
Is that your buddy?
Come on over here. This is Marshall Adams.
Come on over
Keep
here.
walking.
Come on over close. Hey, man, there you are. Now, that's excitement right there, boys and girls.
I get the opportunity to see Marshall out in the community, and I'll tell you what, there's nothing better than a Marshall hug. When he hugs with his entire being, and you know you got a hug from Marshall. This is Dad, and you guys been raising money too, right?
Yes, sir.
So what'd you do to raise the funds?
Well, we just took Marshall around the community, and people see him, and they donate.
So wait a minute now. He normally gives me a hug for free, so I'm guessing when he sees these people, he gives them hugs. Are you charging for hugs, Marshall?
They just don't know it.
They just don't know it, that's right. Hey, I guess I'm gonna have to start ponying up next time I see him. If that's the racket he's got going on, it's obviously working well.
It is working well. We're thrilled about the center. He's been going there since he's 2, but of course now he's 38 years old, so they help us every once in a while with something we got to do.
Any questions you have, you guys can always call the center, can't you?
Sure can, and that's sure appreciated.
Well, let's see what you got here. Let's turn it
Here
around.
we go,
This is from Marshall Adams, $1,560. Yes, sir.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lady friends.
All his lady friends. I tell you what, I absolutely love seeing Marshall. It puts a smile on my face. My kids love whenever we see Marshall and you guys out, and they'll go, hey, there's Marshall.
He's a happy man.
You don't have to worry about him biting you, spitting on you. He just hugs and kisses. That's what he does.
And I love every minute of it. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this center and being a part of our family. Have
Good
you
job,
go off
guys.
that direction right there. Give me one more. Is that my last free one?
That's what it's all about.
I hope he takes debit card because I don't have any cash.
Right.
Could be in trouble.
That is what it's all about.
That is it. You know
really
what?
is.
I love it whenever families of the center talk about giving back because they want to.
Yeah.
They want to be a part of what this center does. They want to be a part of the next 50 years. You know, we've been providing these services to this area for 50 years. 1973.
It's hard to believe.
It really is, and it's hard to believe how much we've grown. And with that comes, you know, the growing pains of a wait list, needing to hire more therapists to reduce the weight on the wait list.
Well, the state-of-the-art equipment. You know, things that are coming along, the new therapies, you know, all the things, you know, like we talked earlier, you know, we had Charlotte York up here and with their crew, and, you know, and Charlotte's on the board and everything, and she addressed the fact, you know, there's so much that goes on behind the scenes that people don't realize. And the only way that we can continue for another 50 years is by you calling that number at the bottom of your screen, texting that number at the bottom of your screen, coming here, donating. You know, get up today. It's not too late. It's like, well, maybe I'll do it next year. No. Do it now. Because, look, we're already 102,467.
Yep.
We need that number up there at least 2 times that number. Let's go 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, one thing that folks may not realize, if you've never been affected by special needs, if your family's never had an individual with special needs in it, anytime you go to purchase anything that is special needs related, the cost is 2 to 3 times more than something you would go buy at the store.
Absolutely.
And, you know, we've learned this with our family, the different things, and it's just, you shake your head and you go, wow, this center has state-of-the-art equipment, but it was at a price. And we couldn't have got that equipment if it weren't for generous donors, generous businesses, just folks in general that wanted to be a part of the mission of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Well, look at some of these people right here behind us now. You know, we just Focus Bank up there on the wall. I see a good friend of mine we go all the way back to Murray State University days, and that's Andy Piepenbrock, and his wife Tina and several others. And it takes you, 877-472-0397. Text the number at the bottom of your screen, and I believe we're going back to the main stage, CJ?
We are. Back we go.
I seen a preacher man talking on TV, was putting down rock and roll. He's gonna be a senator, let's song on where I found my soul. He said, Jesus walk on the water, I know that's true. But sometimes I think that old preacher man likes to do a little walking too. 'Cause I ain't asking nobody to love them, if I can't get it on my own.
Thank you very much.
That's called sliding into space at the last second. But we made it happen. We are live here, and, well, let's see here. We've got a plethora of people playing in the ball pit back here, and I've got several lovely ladies here. I'll let them introduce themselves.
I'm Diana Truss, Omarion Hunt's mom.
My name's Audrey. I'm Omarion's physical therapist.
Okay.
I'm Elizabeth. I'm Omarion's occupational therapy assistant.
Now, I'm a little old. If I heard you correctly, you say you're the mother back here of, you got your hands full.
Yes, I do.
Tell me a little bit about these youngsters back here.
They keep me on my toes, for one. This is Omarion here.
Okay.
This is big brother, Braylon.
Okay. And I'm going to say that the way he came to you, that you two are no strangers, right? Tell me a little bit about this young man.
Yeah, so this is Omarion. He's been getting physical therapy at the center for a few years now, 2 years at least probably. When he first started with us, he was not walking. I think he was maybe crawling a little bit, but we got him where he could walk in a walker. He's probably going to show off for you right here. And then this summer, we did an intensive where he came and saw me for 3 hours a day, every day, for 4 weeks. And he worked super hard, and now he is walking independently without a walker or anything. So.
I was going to say,
he does not want your help. He's like, don't hold my
trouble.
hand. Yep.
Now, how long has he been coming to the center, Mom?
About 2 years now.
Okay, so you've seen some major strides since you first took him there.
Oh, yeah, a lot.
How important is it to have that center nearby, close to you, to help with this young man?
Very important. He's came a long way with the help of them.
Well, I tell you, he's got a long way now, and I tell you, if y'all ain't careful, that he and this giant ball, there it goes. You may have to go chase him down here in just a second. Well, I tell you, folks, this is what it's about. It's about these faces. It's about these smiles. It's about the work that you guys do there. And any challenges when, I guess every child is different, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they're all different, all unique, but they're also fun, and it's so exciting to see them make progress. Like last year he was using a walker, and now to see him walking around Telethon with nothing and pushing a ball and not losing his balance is amazing.
He seems fearless.
Oh, yeah, very. He don't like you to help him do anything. Ever since he's learned to walk, he don't want help.
But that's really what the goal is when these kids come to the center, is to get them into the independent mode where they can, help themselves. Even with, some limited capabilities, they can learn and grow. And if you'd have told me that he had to have a walker to get around just not that long ago, I would have said, no way. There's proof right there. It's walking around and it's running around this afternoon. It's amazing.
Yep,
it's amazing stuff.
He's probably only been off of a walker for 6 months or so, maybe a little long, 6 or 8 months he's been off the walker, yeah.
Well, I'm going to say that 6 months ago when he found that, you can see it in his head, that independence mode kicked in, and, he smiles all the time.
Yeah.
Again, this is what your dollars are doing right here. See that right there? 877-472-0397. Text KRCC to 71777. That's where your dollars are going. Every single dollar. It goes to help this mother and these children. It goes to help you guys be able to do the work that you guys do with these kids every single day. So please, call this number. Come here to the Minor Convention Center. Who knows? We'll let you play in the ball pit if you want to. For a donation. Today for a donation. We just won't let you freely go in there. So come on out this afternoon and let's do it. We're going to a video right now. We'll be back in a little bit here at the KRCC Telethon.
My name is Molly Nyrider, and I am an occupational therapist. The food school at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center uses the SOS approach to feeding therapy.
SOS stands for sequential, oral, and sensory. Since children learn best through play, it teaches children how to learn about food through play using the senses of touch, vision, smell, and taste, and then through a progressive developmental continuum. Eating is the most complex sensory activity a child can do. It can often be overwhelming and can lead to a child becoming a picky eater or a problem feeder. A picky eater is defined as a child who has a decreased range of variety of foods, generally only about 30 in their diet. They will typically eat with their family, but will only eat something that they want, not what the family is eating. A problem feeder has a restricted and or limited number of foods in their diets, usually about 20 or below. They often struggle with feelings and emotions at the introduction of a new or non-preferred foods and usually prefer to eat alone. Children can be picky eaters or problem feeders for many reasons, but there is always a reason. It is our goal as therapists to help parents to identify the reasons their children don't eat and then teach the children the tools they need to learn about new foods in a safe and fun way through play and exploration, and then the skills needed to add those foods to their diet and keep them in their diet. A child may be appropriate for feeding therapy if they have brand-specific food preferences or only like foods prepared in the same way. They have trouble sitting at the table during mealtime. They tend to cry or fall apart when a new food is presented or put on their plate. They refuse to eat foods that are hard or chewy. They gag, choke, or cough during meals. They eat less than 20 different foods. They eat meals separate from the family. Meal times become stressful for everyone. They have been described as a picky eater on more than 2 doctor's appointments. They have a hard time eating in different settings, or they weigh less than others their age. If you have concerns about your child's eating habits, talk to your child's pediatrician and schedule a feeding therapy evaluation. During the evaluation, we will assess your child's physical and sensory skills and develop a plan for them to become more efficient, successful eaters.
So we're here with a couple of ladies that are therapists at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Tell us a little bit about that video that we just watched.
So that video was explaining our SOS-based feeding therapy program, or food school as we like to call it, where we teach kids how to learn about new foods through play. So typically we're targeting our picky eaters or problem feeders or kids who have a reduced variety in their diet for whatever reason, and we're just teaching them how kids learn best, which is through play, all the different ways that they can learn about new foods.
I probably need to go to that class.
Well, here's
Y'all
my
need to teach me
wife.
that. Molly, could you teach me that?
So my wife has actually talked to them about me joining this program because I'm such a picky eater.
Hey, you and I are both going, well,
maybe that's not so bad. Thanks, ladies. Hey, we've got a couple of new faces here for the next couple of hours joining us. Ryan Tate, Whitney Thomas, you know Whitney from Today's Best Country K103 in the morning, and she's also on Classic KYMO.
Hello.
Hello.
She's like,
suddenly
hey.
she's speechless.
And
introduces you as opposed to you introducing her.
that is true. That's
She
usually
didn't
how
know
it
what to
works.
say.
And of course, next to me, no stranger to the television, sports at KFVS for years, now doing a little more of the business side of things. Ryan Tate, and they kind of come as a package deal.
Yeah, it was. I got a really great deal on them. I'll just say that. So we're gonna let you guys figure out what's going on here, and in the meantime, are we ready, Ian? You ready over there?
I think he
ladies
is.
and gentlemen, Ian Ferguson.
with the snow I was going down. That's when she found me, not afraid anymore. Said always have a baby, just wait what you love me for. You came upon me way on way. You're the reason I'm still here, yeah. I'm the one you were sent to say. You came upon me way on way. Way on You came upon me way on way. You're the reason I'm still here, yeah. I'm the one you were sent to say. You came upon me way on way. There's no back and angels cry. You ain't gonna walk alone. That's why he put you your way. You came upon me way on way. You came upon me way on way. You're the reason I'm still here, yeah. I'm the one you were sent to say. You came upon me way on way.
Thank y'all very much. Appreciate it.
Hi, and welcome back. We are here with Trisha and Team Carson. And Trisha, tell us a little about, not only yourself, but also what you do with Team Carson.
Yeah, so I'm a physical therapist. I've been with the center for 8 years now, and I've been treating Carson probably on and off for all of those 8 years. Carson's been coming for how long? He's 12, 13 now? How old is he?
13.
13. Yeah, and he's been coming since he was tiny.
Like one.
Yeah, so Carson's an old hat around KRC, aren't you, dude? Yeah. So right now, Carson and I have been working a lot on his posture and his alignment, so you can kind of see he's a little bit forward. So we've been working on stretching him out, but also we have a new piece of equipment at the center, which is super cool. It's a robotic gait trainer.
A robotic gait trainer. Now,
Yes.
kind of describe what that is for
Okay,
us.
so like you know how someone walks with like a walker? So this, you can strap them completely in, so he's completely safe inside of it. And then it has a computer built in, so it moves his legs for him and allows him to walk. But what the cool thing is, the computer detects how much he's doing for himself, and it allows him to take over that amount. So the computer will generate how many steps he's taken, and then how hard he's worked. So it'll tell us he did like 58% of the work for the day or something like that. So yeah, so Carson's been doing a lot of walking with us now that we got this robotic gait trainer.
And it tracks his progress, I'm assuming, also?
It does. It stores it all in there. It'll show us how he's doing over time, and you can print off graphs and all that kind of stuff. It's called a Trexo.
How important is that piece of equipment for not only Carson, but for anyone else that you work with at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
Super important. So we have a lot of kids. We originally got it as a trial, and we liked it so much that we have one now. So, the size that we got just works for a lot of different kids, so for a kiddo like Carson, it offers him the ability to walk, and then so for some of our kiddos that are on the verge of walking, it helps them further their skills to be able to walk more independently. So you can use it for a gauntlet of reasons. You can use it just for the motion, just getting their legs moving, but so it's great for a lot of different kids.
And what kind of progress have you seen with Carson? How much has it helped him?
A lot. It has helped him a lot.
Yeah, so I think it helps Carson be a lot more loose in his joints, and in conjunction with some medicine and some Botox and stuff that he gets, I think that it helps keep him from being super contracted and tight, so it makes him be more comfortable.
Not the cheapest piece of equipment, so
No,
please
not at all.
help out Carson, help out all the other children who need this kind of help. Call the number you see on your screen, text the number you see down there. What's the next step in his in what you're working on with him?
Yeah, so just continue to work on his posture, and we just want to keep Carson, keep him comfortable and allow him to do as much as he can to reach his full potential. Rachel and I recently just started working on some new splinting stuff with him, a brace for his trunk to help him stay upright, and then some things for his hands so that he keeps his hand out of a fisted position. So really the goal with Carson is to help him reach his full potential and keep him comfortable.
And it looks like you guys are doing a great job. I mean,
thank
you said he's been part of, and you've been working with him at Kenny Rogers for his whole life. What's it meant for you?
It's been a blessing to have the Kenny Rogers Center. The therapists, everybody there, they treat us like family.
It's what we always hear. I mean, seriously, it's what I always hear. The therapists, the work that is done there, and the fact that it's local. I mean, you can't beat that.
Yeah, I had a couple different clinicals, one in Kansas City and one in Columbia before I came to work for the Kenny Rogers Center. And even in those big metro cities, we just didn't have the access to all the stuff that we have here. And it's because of all the people that donate and all the people that just support what we have.
And events like this, and it's the fundraising, and it's what you do to help raise money for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Thank you for all your help and what you've done for Carson and everyone else who gets the help here. That's so fantastic.
Yeah, and what's awesome is we don't have to charge these families anything because of the generosity, but they do so much and then they give back and raise money like Carson's families raise money.
That is fantastic. And is that what this is?
Yeah, they have a check to present today.
All right.
Yeah,
Are we doing it now?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's take a look at the check. $655.95. We'll get a good shot of that there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
You're welcome.
For the giving back, because the giving back is as important as anything that you guys have seen from the community, right? Just the fact that you got the help and now you're giving it back, right?
Yeah.
That is so fantastic. $655.95 from Team Carson. Thank you so much.
Reed is 3 years old. He is a pretty intense little guy. He loves tractors and construction equipment. He loves to visit our family farm where we have cows. Hi, buddy. He likes to go on ranger rides at the farm and go check on the cows and feed them hay bales. So Reed has a diagnosis currently of sensory integration disorder, which means that he has a lot of sensory needs. Reed is kind of a puzzle in that he doesn't have a big, broad, this is what explains Reed diagnosis. And as he grew and developed, we noticed more things, some neurological issues, sensory issues like we talked about.
Reed started coming to the center originally for some torticollis issues, and when we started treating him, we found some other difficulties that just presented some challenges for him. And currently we're working on balance, safety, stair navigation, core control, core strength, jumping, just some of those gross motor milestones that we take for granted that some kids just need a little help meeting.
We have really just been rolling with the punches with Reed. He has such an amazing team here of just adjusting to him. What is our current need? What are our current struggles? And what do we need to do to meet those needs? He has days where he is with us and kind of in our world, as we call it. He's very present, he's able to communicate. And then Reed has days where he's just not with us at all. And we're kind of lucky if he lets us be a part of his world. When you find out that your child has extraordinary needs, you feel like you and your child are kind of living on a little island, and nobody else really understands what it's like for you and your child with those unique sets of struggles. Big words that doctors were throwing together and geneticists were talking about and specialists were talking about, and that was just, what does this mean? What does this look like for him, and what are we gonna do? Within the last 6 months, one of the biggest changes that we've seen in him is just with his language capabilities. For a long time, we knew that Reed understood us, and we knew that Reed wanted to speak for himself. He just couldn't seem to do it. And that's been one of the most magical things about his team here at Kenny Rogers, is that his physical therapist one day just off the wall said, let's try a compression suit. And within about a week's time, it may not have even been a week, the difference in Reed was stunning. He was starting to be able to regulate his emotions and his needs a little bit better. He was calmer. He was more steady in terms of his muscle control. I was seeing him fall less. And his expressive language, his ability to talk, was about a 75% increase. We didn't see talking 6 months ago, and we see talking now.
Reed is a very hard worker, and he's very persistent in just wanting to meet goals and do normal things that little boys do. And so he works very hard for us, and he has just made a ton of progress and is really just catching up quickly to peers his age.
Having the Kenny Rogers Center so close to our home allows me to be able to successfully work while accommodating all of his therapy needs. If I had to take him to Cape or to Poplar Bluff, I don't know that I could make that work. I don't know that I could successfully be able to take care of my other 2 children and all the other things that we need to do, and be able to get Reed all the things that he needs if it weren't for all of the resources that we've been linked through Kenny Rogers, if it weren't for his amazing team. I just don't know what his life would look like. There's no way that he would be able to receive therapies at the level that he's receiving if I had to pay those out-of-pocket costs. The telethon and the donations of people from all around the country are what make that possible for all kids to receive those services from here, and it really, truly is a blessing. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Please make your donation right away.
So you still have the opportunity to be a part of what's going on here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Pick up your phone, call 877-472-0397. If you want to do it the new way, where you can text all you want, there's a number at the bottom of the screen.
I'm telling you, that is the way people want to donate now.
Yeah, and you can even scan the QR code. I had to teach somebody how to do that the other day, too. Just scan that QR code and it takes you right to the site. It's safe, it's secure, and it's easy to do. And all of that money comes right here where we add to our total, because we
have a new one?
have a brand new total. So if we're ready for that, let's see it. It's blinking, 129, 219. But we still got quite a ways to go, and time now, we are now into the afternoon hours. We're only here until 5 o'clock. So we've got to get folks to get down here. You got to get on your computer, get on your smartphone, whatever it takes, even pick up the phone and call, because we want folks to be a part of the magic that is the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
I think if maybe you're not super familiar with the center, you don't realize it's right here in Southeast Missouri. I mean, it is helping families and kids right here. You're not having to travel, down to Memphis, to St. Louis. It's right here.
Whenever our son was in the hospital in St. Louis and was ready to come home, and we've heard countless stories like this from our therapists too. We tell them, hey, we have the Kenny Rogers Children's Center at home. They're like, oh, you're fine. You're in great hands. They know what they're doing down there.
That's so awesome.
And these ladies, they're constantly looking for new ways, new equipment, new therapy types to help these kids, because each child is different. They each have different needs. So the therapists have to go through and go, okay, so here's how we're going to plan our session for this kid, and then turn around and do something completely different for another. You talk about just, their day is packed full of kids having fun, because a kid's work is play.
That's right.
And so we want you to continue to be a part of what this center is doing in this community. Not only Sikeston. We see kids from Perryville all the way down to Arkansas, across the river, all the way to the west of the state. They travel here to receive the services of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
And I mean, that says a lot. I mean, like you said, they trust the center. I mean, people told you, you're in good hands.
50 years of serving. We want to go 50 more years.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
look into the future. 877-472-0397. Again, it's easy if you want to text to give. A lot of folks like doing that because it's real quick. Or you can also scan the QR code that's on your screen. But we invite you to come down and join us at the Minor Convention Center. Did you see the food trucks out front?
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, I was watching you guys on Facebook, and it said, food trucks are here, and then I saw like funnel cakes, and I'm like, it's a good thing I didn't eat. I'm ready. Yeah.
Yeah. So I went out earlier. We had a little bit of a break, and I went and got some mini donuts, and then I stopped by the barbecue truck. And if they're gonna be, I can't remember what time they're rolling out, but I'm like, I still got time for a sandwich.
Yeah, you do.
Then there's the tasty snow crabs out there. I mean, literally, there's something for everybody out there.
There is a good selection.
Have you seen any of those Waves mini donuts yet?
No.
They can put bacon on a donut.
I'm gonna have to get one of those.
It's so good. It's maple and
I can tell you're very excited.
Oh, I'm pumped. This is like, I wait for this truck to show up somewhere, and I'm just run to get to this truck. So you got to get out here. It's at the Minor Convention Center. Bring your whole family out. There's something to do for everybody. We've got our silent auction going on. I don't know if you've had a chance to do that. I know your daughter's been.
Yes, my daughter, that's the first thing. She was like, I need to go look to see what they have. And
I think she's shopping.
Yeah, she's found a few things.
But you know what's so easy about that is she can go and shop, and then when you guys leave here today, up until 4 o'clock, she can bid. I shouldn't have said that, should I?
You should not have said that.
Look, her eyes just got so bright.
Yeah, I know. You really made her happy.
You are so welcome. 877-472-0397. 877-472-0397. Or you can go online to KennyRogersCenter.org and give online safely and securely. Right now, here's more about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Omarion is 5 years old. He loves attention, for one. He loves being hands-on. He also loves to play with his siblings. Ever since he's learned to walk, he loves to walk, and he doesn't want you to help him or anything. That's another thing. He's very independent as well. He has a diagnosis, which is hypomyelinating leukodystrophy. It affects the central nervous system, the myelin in the central nervous system. It also causes spasticity problems, developmental delays, hypotonia, and a lot of other delays. When he was born, he was doing a lot of different gestures that caused concern. So we came to find out that he was having seizures, done an MRI that detected that. I was very devastated. It took me a while to accept the fact, but I knew that was my baby. I couldn't give up on him. I had to do whatever I had to do to get him where he needed to be. He had trouble sitting up, holding his head up. He had problems with his muscles, and he could not eat on his own. He was tube fed for a couple years. Also, he still isn't very verbal, but he does say a few things. He says mama, daddy, and his favorite is bye and hi. He just recently learned those, and he says it all the time. As soon as we started coming, he started being able to eat different things on his own. And then my main goal was for him to be able to walk before he started school. And it was right on time. He started walking right before school. The intensive therapy is where he came every single day to therapy. He was working real hard in physical therapy, trying to meet his goal, and he did it.
So when Omarion comes to OT, we work a lot on his motor control as far as being able to put things together, take things apart, put things in a controlled way. Omarion is always wanting to please. He is always wanting to work so hard. It's hard for him. Things are very difficult for him at times, depending on the task. But he's always wanting to succeed. You can just see it, and he lights up when he sees you, and he always loves it when he succeeds and you're clapping for him and you're giving him praise.
The center is very important to us. They've helped in ways I never thought I'd see him come to this party, to come to this point. And I'm happy.
Things that I work on with Omarion are a lot of balance activities, independent standing. We do, leg strengthening, core strengthening, things like that, that you need build up those muscles to be able to stand and walk independently.
Any type of therapy needed for your child, Kenny Rogers is really the place to come. They really care about all of the patients, and they take their time, and they're going to work to get that goal met. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Make your donation now.
So one of the great parts of the telethon is the silent auction that is going on right now. And we wanted to give you an idea of some of the items that you can bid on through the silent auction. Go to the Facebook page. There's a link there where you can then see those items and then you can place a bid. Or if you happen to be around the Sikeston area, stop by the Minor Convention Center. When you walk through the doors, you can sign up and then you can bid on some of these items. And I wanted to give you an idea of some of these items. So we're going to do a little walk around here and show you what is available. For example, some of these toy tractors. I've had to become an expert in toy tractors in the last 3 or 4 weeks to help a family member with their collection. I recommend keeping them in the box. These will be worth money. Put them away. Try not to play with them. They'll be worth money in about 10, 15 years. There's a lot of great items here for kids. You'll see some of these baskets. We got a Harry Potter basket. We got a basket here with a ball and a frisbee. We've got some Disney princess stuff. If you come on over here, a lot of great businesses. If you're a sports fan, if you just want to get out of the area, we've got tickets to Cardinal games that are coming up later this year. We've got Orlando Magic against the Memphis Grizzlies coming up later this year. The Phoenix Suns, that is look at this item right here. Memphis Grizzlies versus the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns now have Kevin Durant. They've got Chris Paul, they've got Devin Booker, and they're coming into Memphis. This actually could be a preview of the NBA Finals. We've got Wicked tickets here. A lot of businesses in the area, whether it's in Scott County, Cape Girardeau County, have all been so good at giving us a donation. A lot of these that you are going to win. You're going to get so much value for what you are bidding on here that I guarantee you most of these items, you're going to get done with it and you're like, wow, I only paid this much for these items. That is correct. So come on down here to the Minor Convention Center if you want to see these items in person. The bidding ends at 4 o'clock, so we have still just over 2 hours to bid on some of these items. Let's take another walk around. We've only seen half of them so far. Thank you to Orgill for some of their donations. We've got hats, we've got bags, we've got and look at this one over here. This was an interesting one. A KFVS 12 bag with the 65th anniversary mugs. I have a few of those mugs. Those are fantastic. Lamberts, thank you for your donation. Over here, we've got some items. We've got some food items. Papa's Jerky out of Bell City, absolutely fantastic. We can start talking about bourbon. I'm happy to talk about bourbon at any time. We've got Wild Turkey. We've got some Apothic Red. We got some margaritas. And then if you don't want to do the alcohol side of things, plenty of coffee, Smoking Brothers with some barbecue sauce over here. Again, some fantastic items. Go to the Facebook page, click on the link there. You'll be able to see these items, bid on these items, or come down to the Minor Convention Center. You still have 2 hours. All of these items then you can bid on, and you can take them home with you. We're just going to keep doing the walk and talk here because this is, I haven't even seen some of these things. So we've gone from some of the stuff for the kids to the local businesses. We've had some food and some drink. Now we've got some home items here. We've got some pillows, some candles, a great picture here of some of the buildings in Sikeston. That would be great in a frame. If you want to do some decorating, maybe redecorate the house, there's some great items here that I guarantee you're probably going to get a fantastic deal on, a fantastic value. This view here, I would love to say that it's of Sikeston, but once you get south of Crowley's Ridge, nothing looks like that. We got some more sports items over here. A nice little carry golf bag. Take this, very ultralight, goes in the cart. We've got a Callaway driver, A nice picture of two former Cardinals at this point, Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols. We have an autographed, signed Creed Humphrey football. Creed Humphrey, the starting center for the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. And of course, our four-legged friends. We've got great items over here for your dogs. Again, go to Facebook, click on the link. You can see the items, you can bid on the items, or come on down to the Minor Convention Center. You still have a little over 2 hours to bid on these items. Come on down, place a bid. You're gonna get a fantastic value on some of these items. You're gonna go home with something really, really nice. And again, all the proceeds go to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Back over to you.
Jeslin is 11. She likes anything that involves music and dancing and girly, primpy stuff. She likes to read. She likes making new friends. She's a very friendly, outgoing kid. Randy, Bob, he's a mess. He's always got something to say about something. You never know what's going to come out of his mouth. He loves going fishing and catfish conferences with his daddies.
For some reason, he seems to be everybody's favorite. Everybody's.
Jeslin has some cognitive issues, problems. She has very little problem-solving skills. She has a hard time with occupational type things, hand-eye coordination, things of that sort. Randy, he had a stroke when he was 6 weeks old, and he has severe weakness on the right side of his brain, on his whole right side of his body.
When Bob, all of them come to us, brother and sister, as foster kids. Bob was pretty much just a limp baby doll. And at that time, he was just a few months old, and they told us that he'd never walk or talk.
Bob gets physical, speech, and occupational. He's here for 2 hours every Tuesday. Jeslin is here for an hour every Tuesday, and she gets speech and occupational.
He's really come a long way, you know, and I don't believe he'd have been able to do it without his therapists.
These therapists haven't just helped these kids, they've helped us.
Jeslin's language goals that we have, you know, help her not only to communicate when she's at home or out in the community, but also it really helps her to progress in her schoolwork and keep her on track academically. And then her social skills, of course, help her make friendships.
With Jeslin, her handwriting, her following directions. With Randy, they strengthen up his right side where he's weak at, and they help with his speech. But they make it all fun. It's like one big game. They love coming to therapy because it's like they don't even realize they're working. They're just playing to them.
Randy can be a mess. So a lot of times there is things that we have to incorporate. So things that he always likes to do, he likes to work for a snack or candy or cooking. He is always asking to cook. So a lot of times if he doesn't like to do the handwriting or coloring, which boys, none of them like to do, I'm like, okay, if we do really good this time, I will promise that we will cook next week. And when I'm making that as a reward, it's still working on his goals, and he doesn't even really realize that that's what we're working on, but it's fun to him.
Going out of town, if she had to drive to St. Louis or Memphis to take them, that would leave us with either daycare for the rest of them or me staying home with them.
To have to carry two kids, 2 hours away from home just to get the therapy that they needed. It wasn't even like we wanted them to get it. It was they needed it to be successful in life.
I don't know how we could have done it if it had been somewhere else.
I don't know what I'd do without this center. They've helped my babies. They're just in the convenience. Because it's not just them that are affected by this, it's the whole house, and with it being right here, it is so much easier. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
So send in your donations now. Thank you.
It is our 50th anniversary at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and what a celebration it's turning into this afternoon. This is Michelle Fayette, Executive Director of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
You know, it is a big celebration, and in getting ready for our 50th year anniversary of continuing to provide these services to the wonderful kids in Southeast Missouri, we have studied a lot about the history, we've looked at old pictures, and it has just been an amazing kind of walk down memory lane. I was actually in high school when Kenny donated the Arabian Stallion. He was put on a ranch at the Offenbergs, which I was in school with her, so we would sneak down there after school and look at the horse. And, you know, it's just been a wonderful walk down memory lane.
Whitney, you know, I don't know if you know a lot of the history, but Michelle and I learned a lot the other day talking to one of the original therapists of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Tom Ritchie stopped by, and we were sitting there, and both of us were just kind of going, oh, didn't know that. It filled in a lot of blanks for us.
Oh, yeah? It was very, very interesting. And I've always known that Tom was the original therapist that started it and kind of knew a little bit about the history and Helen Shelton with her special needs child. But he just started going, and he talked about the involvement of the medical community and the involvement of the business community. And he just kept going on and how involved the community became and really rallied around the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, the Eagles at that time.
So speaking of the history, on our way down here today, my daughter, who's 13, she was like, so how, Kenny Rogers, like, how did he, you know, get involved in this and whatnot? And Ryan, my husband, told her about the horse. And I think she thought, that's not true. And we're like, yeah, that's how it went down.
It was a national campaign. It was called Join the Barabby Bandwagon. The horse's name was Barabby. We learned that in the history. It's Borraabby. So it was quite a name to spell, and we learned that in studying the history.
That is awesome. And, you know, with Kenny getting involved, and then we learned that there were several different artists that were Kenny's friends that would stop by, Dottie West, and, you know, just the Beach Boys, all these different folks that would come through the area and would come and take tours of the center. And now look at us, 50 years later, we've had 2 additions to the center.
We have had 2 additions to the center. Our last one being a 7,000 square foot expansion with state-of-the-art equipment, a $500,000 motion analysis lab. You know, for a while we were the only clinical lab in the state of Missouri. I believe there's a clinical lab now in the St. Louis area. But, you know, just the fact that we have that equipment, we work very closely with an orthopedic pediatric surgeon out of St. Louis that we can refer our kids to and have the benefit of his knowledge coming back to Southeast Missouri. You know, a lot of times, too, when families have incidents that they need to go to Children's Hospital or some of those, when they get referred back for therapy and they say, okay, where do you live? Because they're going to refer therapy. When they tell them they're from Southeast Missouri, immediately that's what they say. Oh, you're so lucky. You have the Kenny Rogers Children's Center right there. So we do have quite a reputation throughout the state.
Absolutely. You know, we learned that firsthand whenever we were dealing with Marshall and in St. Louis, and they were telling us, you know, he's going to need 6 weeks of intense therapy. And, you know, I've told this story before. I called you, I remember that afternoon, tears in my eyes. I was in the Hardee's parking lot in St. Louis. I remember this like it was yesterday. And I called and I said, they're sending him home. I don't know what to do. And Michelle, without missing a beat, said, you bring him here. You bring him to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And, you know, I have had a relationship with the center for 25 years. Volunteering, hosting telethons, being on the board, coming out and helping with different things, helping with things at the center, you know, technological advances, things like that. Never thought that our family would ever need the services of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. But Nona said it best one year when she said, you don't give because you have a child.
Right.
At the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. You give because you don't.
Right.
We're all very thankful for that. We all can remember back to when we were expecting somebody or expecting a grandchild, and that's the one thing we always only want, 10 toes, 10 fingers, and a healthy baby. And sometimes we're not all blessed with that, but they are all blessings, and that is what we do. We come to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and we're happy to help. That's what we do.
50 years, and we want to go another 50 years, and
Yes,
another
we
50
do.
years after that.
For sure.
And we can do that because of individuals that give, families that become a part of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and they want to give. That's what I love seeing is these families, they're not doing it out of obligation. They're doing it because they want to. It's become a competition for some of these families to go, okay, I'm going to raise more than I did last year.
Yes, our families set goals, and sometimes they reach their goal. We've had a couple of our families say, oh, well, I'm going to double that goal now. So, yes, it does become a competition, and they do become a family, and we thank everybody who participates.
For sure. And you know what? You said it perfectly. Donate in honor of your healthy kids. Like you said, hopefully you never have to be here. Right. So donate in honor of your healthy kiddos.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We know so many different families that were touched by this over the last 50 years. Take a look at this.
The Kenny Rogers Children's Center is celebrating 50 years of helping thousands of children and adolescents right here in Southeast Missouri. That's 50 years of applauding milestones, accomplishments, and successes. 50 years of firsts, first steps, first time tying a shoe, first words, first time riding a bike, or first time writing your name. 50 years filled with fun and laughter, so many smiles, celebrations, and lots of love along the way. 50 years of building relationships and lifelong friendships. 50 years of saying yes you can when those before have said no you can't. 50 years of overcoming obstacles, breaking down barriers, and making the world a more accessible place. 50 years of providing exceptional physical, occupational, and speech therapy while continually enhancing and expanding the scope of services provided. 50 years of giving children a means of movement, whether it be walking, crawling, riding a bike, or driving a wheelchair. 50 years of giving children a voice and a way to communicate using words, sign language, and other alternative methods of communication. 50 years of giving children the ability to complete activities of daily living, excel in their leisure play, and be successful within their school environment. 50 years of improving the quality of life for children and their families in countless ways. 50 years of growing the staff, expanding the building, and adding more specialized treatment options. 50 years of unique programs and services within each therapeutic discipline that are not offered anywhere else in Southeast Missouri. And 50 years of never charging a family for the services they receive. The last 50 years would not have been possible without the generous support of so many people just like you. And this year, we are counting on you to make another 50 years possible. Giving to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center is easy and rewarding. Call 573-472-0397 or give safely and securely at kennyrogerscenter.org. With your help, the next 50 years will be just as great as the last. Thank you for supporting the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
And we're back here, and we are going to talk with some more folks here. And I want to remind you, though, 877-472-0397. Text KRCC to 71777. And who am I sitting next to?
I'm Allison. I'm one of the occupational therapists at the center.
Okay, and? Yep. You've only been up here a couple of times today. Who do we have over here next to you?
Sarah Ostrowski.
Yeah, so this is Sarah, and this is her family with her today.
Okay, and her family, and the gentleman on the end, you almost didn't make it. So, Mom, Dad, and the little lady right here, tell us a little about her.
So we just met Sarah back over the summer. She started coming to Kenny Rogers for services, and when I saw her for physical therapy, we worked mostly on some balance activities, and I helped the family with getting some orthotics for her feet.
And I guess you work with her as well?
Yes. So I saw Sarah for her occupational therapy services, and we worked a lot on increasing her independence, things like brushing her hair and her teeth and bathing, stuff a normal teenager would do. But she's just the happiest kid on the planet, with always has a smile on her face and a big grin when she saw us walk in the door.
She looks a little nervous right now. Just a little nervous, Sarah? She's looking around at all the bright lights like, I don't really know what's going on, but there's the reason right there. There's the reason that we're wanting you to call. There's the reason, with the family sitting next to her, that we want those pledges to come in today. Because the strides that are made with someone like her are strides that are going to carry them through the later stages in life, and it gives them that independence. I've used that word a couple of times today. That's what it's about. It's about independence. And so please, 877-472-0397, text KRCC to 71777. And it looks like they have a check they'd like to present. They raised a little money, I guess. And it's $836.63. Not bad. How did they come about getting all this money together?
It took a lot of family and friends support.
And that's what it's really all about, isn't it?
Yeah,
Family and
yes,
friends.
yes.
I mean, and every cent, every dollar counts. It means a lot to you, doesn't it? I can tell she's getting a little emotional down there, mom and dad both. But it's just a darling. She's just a darling. 836.63. Thank you so much, Team Sarah, for all your donations. And thank you guys for your hard work. And mom and dad, keep it up. She's a dandy. All right, how about some music right now? Are we ready for music? I think we're ready for music. They told me I needed to send it to the main stage. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Brandy Felter.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm Brandy Felter. This song is called Antique, and it's about finding a diamond in the rough at a good old antique store. Well, there's new and old, everything in between, from clean on vinyl to a TV screen and a genuine mini size 65 on me. There's homemade goods with a hint of smoke. There's paintings and watches and a jewelry store, and 50-cent sticks at the bubble gum machine. Lots of little stores. You can get lost in it. It's a walk through the past where things don't last. It's something there for everyone. It's a little faded with a little bling. You can find a shovel or a diamond ring. It's country gold, a little old. It's antique. She's a thrift-store junkie with her 33s. She only wears clothes from the 70s. She's a bona fide country little hippie in her retro shade. She's there every Friday by 4 p.m. to see what's new at booth number 10. Spends her whole paycheck on some hand-me-down Lee Casey's. She's a little famous there, like a mix between Dolly and Cher. She's a walk through the past, her kind don't last. She's not the kind for everyone. It's a little faded with a little bling. You can find a shovel or a diamond ring. It's country gold, a little old. It's antique. Well, it's a walk through the past where things don't last. There's something there for everyone. It's a little faded with a lot of bling. You can find a shovel or a diamond ring. It's country gold, a little old. It's antique.
We're supposed to be over here. I guess it would help if those of us that were supposed to be somewhere would pay attention. Live TV, though, it's the joy of live TV. We got another family with us. Why don't you tell us about these fine folks? And I'm going to sneak or have Jim or somebody grab this other microphone that's back here and sneak it to me.
I'm Crystal, and this is Olivia back here. And these are her parents. Olivia, I've been seeing her for a year and a half, 2 years. A year and a half for speech therapy. She has also gotten some occupational therapy in the summertime. So we're just trying to get her words out of her.
So these are her parents. Tell us a little bit about yourselves.
I'm Chris Dunbuck. That's my wife, Angela. I farm. She's a nurse. I think Crystal said Livy's been going there for 2 years or a year and a half. So.
And have you guys noticed a big difference since receiving services at the center?
We've noticed a big difference. Whenever she first started going there, she wouldn't communicate hardly at all. She has now started telling us more what she wants. She's saying hi, milk, drink, and she has started working with a tablet to where she can see something she wants and she can click on it and better communicate with us.
I mean, kids are so resilient on things, and they figure things out a whole lot faster than us adults do, that's for sure. And when it comes to tablets and things like that, it's so awesome to watch these kids take to that technology like that. But, you know, as therapists, as you all have brought this into, these kids' worlds and you've seen the difference it makes in the families and how much easier it makes life for everybody.
Right. Speaking of the tablets, I want to say, a lot of people think, oh, I don't want my kid to use that because then they won't talk. But the tablets are used more as like a stepping stone to give them a way to communicate until they start talking. And that we've seen that with Olivia. She picked up the tablet so fast, and she can tell us what she wants or doesn't want. And now she's telling me if she does not want things, she'll tell me. The other day I had a little bit of attitude with it, and it was no. So it's not going to prevent them from talking. If anything, it's going to help them, give them words, and at least give them a way to communicate until they start using their words.
Well, and additional milestones, because getting them to speak is one thing, but then when they start throwing personality into it, and it's like, yes, that's why we do what we do here at the center, and it's parents, and you see this, it's got to make life at home so much easier now that you can communicate. So you guys have raised some money. Tell us how you all did that.
Through social media, through friends and family, the American Legion, Sons of American Legion, and Heartland Blueless Potatoes.
Isn't social media amazing? I mean, you can literally just post on there like, hey, this is what we're doing, and folks just tend to gravitate towards that. So let's turn this around and see how much we have raised. $6,829.43. Wow. That is so awesome. You guys got a great circle of friends and family that have just jumped right in, helped out the community. And this right here is what it's about. Just giving kids the opportunity to be kids and to live life. And, on the parent side of it, I have a special needs child too, and understand that, life is different when you have a child that has extra needs and special needs, but having people that at the center you can call on and go, okay, here's what's happening. What do we do? And they're there. They're just there to help. And I can't say enough about these therapists and what they do day in, day out. It's a 24/7 job.
It is, yeah. We'll text each other if we need to, and our wheels are always spinning. Thinking about them in the evenings on our drive home from work. That's when we kind of have our time to decompress and think through how the day went and what we can do differently the next session. And we're always thinking about them.
I would love to have a job where all I thought about was playing. playing all day, because that's, I've heard Brandy say it time and time, all the therapists say a child's work is play. This is what they do. And for the therapists to take that and mold it into therapy sessions to help the kids reach that next milestone. And you see them, turn corners every day, every week. It's something new that you would have never thought as a parent that's not going to be possible. And at Kenny Rogers Center, we make the impossible possible. I've seen it day in and day out. I've hosted numerous telethons, and to be able to come back year after year and see these kids and how they grow. And, 1 year, they're not saying anything at all. And the next year, they won't stop talking. You've seen it too.
All the time. Some of them it's, just a few months. Some of them takes a little bit longer, but, we get there one way or the other.
I love watching the kids in the ball pit. 1 year I did that, and it was a big mistake because I went in the ball pit and then I couldn't get out. So I don't think I'm going to do that ever again. So yeah, they got me. All right, here we go. We're going to go back over to the tote board where Ryan and Whitney are standing by. They've got some folks with them right now.
Yeah, we do. We've got another check presentation here, and we're here with Craig and Ashley, who are here with Waves Mini Donuts and the Scott County Cornhole Association, team, club. I can think of a lot worse things to be part of than somebody who makes donuts and also plays cornhole. So thank you very much for stopping in. You're making a donation today. Why is it important for you guys to make this donation to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
So I have family members that come to Kenny Rogers, but we also have a lot of friends that are involved in it. We know several different people that come to the Kenny Rogers Center, so it's kind of near and dear to us in both aspects of it.
And what kind of support did the Cornhole Association? I'm sure they were very willing to step up and help out, right?
Yeah, for sure. We have friends. Some of our really good friends had to run it for us today because we ran the donut truck outside, but from what I hear, it was a really good time. I don't know what the total is for them yet, but I do have the donut check, so.
Speaking of donuts, my daughter, she's like, I'm going to go out there and get some of them donuts. And I'm like, you better get me one too.
Yeah, we were joking when Craig walked up. He introduced himself, and I'm like, I smell donuts. There's a lot of worse jobs to have and smell like something than to smell like donuts.
For sure.
And so there are plenty of donuts outside. Thank you very much for your donations. You want to flip it around? You want to see what the donation total is? Another check presentation from the Scott County Cornhole Club and as well as the Waves Mini Donuts, $150. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
For what you've done and with the donation. That is absolutely awesome. And from here, we're going to go and take a look at another video about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
Well, Olivia, she's 4.5 years old. Her biggest thing is she loves playing on playgrounds. She loves playing outside. She likes riding in trucks. I farm, so she loves riding with me on the tractor.
She loves to play with any type of baby dolls. She likes to ride her tricycle. She likes to play outside with her bubbles and her sidewalk chop. Olivia was diagnosed with autism back in November of 2021. She has issues with speech, developmental delays, and she comes to Kenny Rogers particularly for her speech, and they help her with her sensory issues that she has.
She wasn't able to communicate with us what she wanted and what she didn't want. So we got a lot of screams and grunts, and we didn't know how to react to it. Well, at Kenny Rogers, they've helped her develop her speech a lot better and to teach us how to better figure out what she wanted so we can communicate with her, even though sometimes she's not the best at communicating with us.
A lot of times in speech therapy, I feel like it's very common for kids to come to us and they're not talking, and they get upset a lot, they scream a lot, throw tantrums. But when you give those kids words to use at home and those fits and those tantrums and things start disappearing, the parents, they then know, yes, we made the right decision, getting our kid into speech therapy.
She also did a summer, this past summer, food school. She wouldn't be able to even keep food on her plate. She would knock it off if there's something that she could not handle texture-wise. And now that she has had food school, she's able to eat the food without any issues. At 2 years old, I noticed that she wasn't reaching her milestones. So it kind of breaks your heart when they tell you that she might not talk, she may not develop enough to be on her own one day as an adult. And just coming to Kenny Rogers has been a relief. They fight for her to be able to talk. They treat her as a person, that she can, they try to give her her independence that she needs at this age. It's made a big difference for her in school.
Olivia has the best smile I've ever seen. She makes me work hard for those smiles. But when you get it, you know, it's more of like a proud smile, you know, you just see her face light up like, I just did that, you know, and she's proud of herself, but she's also looking like, you're proud of me too, right?
If there's one thing I need to tell everybody is if you think there's something that your child needs addressed, don't hesitate to inquire about Kenny Rogers.
Olivia has attempted speech therapy at another facility, but she just kind of didn't connect to the place or the therapist. When we were introduced the first time to Crystal here at Kenny Rogers, she connected right away.
The mornings that she has therapy, we tell her, you know, time to get up, it's time to go see Miss Crystal at Kenny Rogers. She lights up, she gets dressed, she's raring to go.
This center, the people here, they really do help the children here. Whether you're financially able to or not, this whole center is based on donations. And a lot of people may or may not have insurance that covers fully the services. Services can run you up to $20,000 to $30,000 a year out of pocket, and that's with insurance coverage. So it's very important for this center to be here, the therapists to be here. They make it possible for children to be able. Everybody always looks at things and think, well, my child's disabled, but they make it so your child's able to do something. She has attempted a few times to try saying I love you, which of course made me teary-eyed because that's something you kind of want to hear at some point, especially when you start to talk. And since she was delayed with her speech and couldn't really talk, when she did finally say I love you, I just had to break down and cry and give her a big hug. Kenny Rogers gave Olivia her voice, and that I'm forever grateful for.
She's grown by leaps and bounds since coming here.
Thank you for watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
Please make your donations today.
Another great example of the services provided by the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Joining us now is Jasmine and Team Chase with another check presentation. Thanks a lot for joining us. Jasmine, tell us a little bit about Chase.
Chase is my 24-week warrior. He's my surviving twin. He was diagnosed with hydrocephalus, cerebral palsy, epilepsy, and Todd's paralysis. And we decided to donate to Kenny Rogers because we want to donate to a good cause, and maybe one day it'll help Chase out.
And so, what has the services meant for you and your family in helping out Chase?
We haven't been able to make it to therapy in person due to Chase's health and his weak immune system, but we are on the waiting list, and we are hoping to receive a lot of help from.
How important are the services for families like you, and especially with the fact that it is local?
Absolutely life-changing, absolutely.
Chase looks like he's very happy. I respect the curly hair, so thank you, Chase, for help representing the curly hair here. And Jasmine, if you want to turn the check around, let's see what the check presentation is. That is $125 from Team Chase, Chasing a Cure. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much for what you're doing to help keep all of this money local. And best of luck with you and Team Chase.
Thank you.
Let's throw it over to CJ Cruz up on the stage.
I'm here with Randy. He's going to do another song for us. What are you doing this time?
I'm going to do a song I wrote called Any More of Me.
All right, it's an original tune. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome once again, Brandy Felter.
It's the only thing that don't get me close my eyes. You can take your chains, they don't tie me down. You can take your freedom and wave it all around. But you can't have my heart, 'cause baby now I'm free. You can't take any more of me. It's getting late and you're out there all alone. Reach for the dial and turn your radio on. 'Cause I broke your chains, they don't tie me down. Here's my freedom, I'm waving it around. You can't have my heart, 'cause baby now I'm free. And you can't take any more of me. You never take any more of me.
Fantastic job. And now we've got another great interview over here. Why don't you introduce yourselves and who we're talking with?
I'm Allison. I'm one of the occupational therapists at the center. What's your name?
Okay.
This is August. He's one of my little guys.
My name's Audrey. I'm August's physical therapist.
And then introduce yourselves.
Michelle Gravitt, I'm August's mom, and this is Trey Gravitt, August's dad. This is sister Aubrey, and Atlas is his little brother.
And tell us a little bit about August.
August has cerebral palsy, and so we've been working with him since we found out about 4 months old. So he has right-sided weakness with his right hand and his right leg, and we had a speech delay as well.
So he was diagnosed at 4 months old. How old is he now?
He is 5.5.
He's 5.5. What have the last 5+ years meant for your family in coming here and getting him the help that he needs?
It's been, you don't want to say it's a blessing, but it's been a wonderful thing for our family. We've grown so much more as a family, and then even to see him be able to grow the way that he has, he's doing more than what they thought he would do at 3. He was doing more at that age than he ever thought he would ever do. So it's been wonderful.
He just took a digger right into the balls over here. You could tell he's having some fun over here.
Yep.
The ball pit is one of his favorites. So having it local, having it around here, what has that meant for your family?
It's been fantastic. I mean, the services that we get down here has been unlike anything else. And then, you know, we thought we had to move to St. Louis after we found out of his diagnosis, and to learn about Kenny Rogers has been, I mean, nothing that you would have even imagined would have been in a small town down here.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I think people lose track of, even though it's been here for 50 years, is the fact that you don't have to go to St. Louis, you don't have to go to Memphis. The quality of that the therapists provide for these children is so amazing. And thank you for what you guys do, because it really is a lot of help for families locally. So what is the next step for August? What is his next step in progressing and improving his conditions?
So in physical therapy, we're working on a lot of balance with him, and like stair climbing skills is a big thing we're focusing on right now. I know Allison works a lot more with his upper extremity. She could definitely speak to you better on that, but.
Mr. August here, we work a lot on using what we call his righty arm and lefty arm for different tasks, using his right hand in tasks when he's supposed to be using his right hand. Kids that have one-sided weakness will tend to just use one hand for everything. And he's really good about trying to like use 2 hands to dunk a basketball. Sometimes he gets a little spunky. And then we've been using different kind of therapies like electrical stimulation to teach his muscles how to turn on, and the vibration plate to help regulate the tone in his arm.
Could you guys have imagined where he would be now when you first found out about the diagnosis?
Oh, I mean, what they do is just amazing, especially like the E-stim that she was just talking about and all of the other things that he's able to do there that we couldn't get anywhere else. I mean, I can't even be more grateful.
Well, he looks like he is very happy. He seems like he's having a lot of fun over here, and it's a credit to not only you guys as a family, but also to the therapists here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
And we'll send it over. Where are we going to next? We're going over to Reed. There he is. Hey, Reed.
I'm over here. Thank you, Ryan. Folks, let's talk about this Wall of Fame right now. Let's just go over some of it. You've got different varying levels to get on this Wall of Fame. Small stars to medium stars to big stars. And as you see some of the names up here, these are people that have given $250 or more, up to $1,000 or more. Obviously, the bigger the star, you kind of get it, the bigger the donation. But all of these people, and I'm just going to go through a few of them. Loretta Pullen, thank you. AgCore Media, John Story, thank you so much. The Sikeston Jaycees, always big contributors in the work they do. Doug and Tina Scott, the First Christian Church, Alan Wire, the DeWitt Company, the Tri-County Clowns and Cookers, David Ziegenhorn. And then as we go to the other side over here, some of the names we're talking about. Flair's Flippin' Critters LLC. That's a name. I like that. Kyle Alcorn, the Lions Club, Focus Bank, Shoe and Presson. We've got Jersey Mike's, Meredith DeWitt, Orgel, Andy Piepenbrock. What's up, Andy? Jill Pritchett, Julia McMillan, all these people. $250 or more, up to $1,000 or more on this Wall of Fame, and it's people like you. And for every dollar is so important, because we've got to get this to grow. This number up above me, we've got to get this number to grow, and we do that by you making these donations, calling in to the numbers at the bottom of your screen, and making that donation. And now I think we're going to bring it over. There's Mr. Mike. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, we are back here with another family, and we're gonna talk to them and talk to our therapist and learn a little bit about this family.
Yeah. So this is Mr. Elon, or E. He's a very spunky little boy. Has been coming to us. We were just discussing that he's been coming to us for 5 years. Elon, you want to say something?
Elon, do you want to say something?
Yeah.
Tell him how old you are?
Yeah.
How old are you?
7.
He is 7 years old. Man, he is full of life. He was sitting back here playing a while ago. Oh, how sweet. So tell us a little bit about what we do at the center and kind of what brought us there.
So Elon and I have been buddies for almost 5 years. I see him for occupational therapy services. Through that time, we worked on a large number of things. Of course, what a normal, like when he was that age, 3-year-old would be doing, learning how to get himself dressed, learning all his pre-writing strokes and how to write his name. Recently, we've been working on a lot of vision therapy, strengthening the coordination and muscles in his eyes, which you wouldn't think would be a big deal, but it really impacts your ability to read. And he is just such a trooper through it all.
So at this point so far, we've talked about a little bit over here, but what accomplishments, what progression have we made from when we started to where we are now?
He has come so far. He can read really, really well. And he knows, all his age-appropriate words, and even then some. I would say he's a little ahead on the reading skills. He can get himself dressed, and he likes to play a lot of games, and he's certainly become a talker.
Yeah, that's when we talk about playing games. That's what we want. We want these kids to be kids and enjoy a normal life and playing games and being able to, just have a normal family relationship. And that's where we see this growth. So, where do we think what's our next step? What are we going to do next? What's the vision here?
So I am Elon's speech therapist. So what we're doing and where we're headed is really speech intelligibility. So he just has a few sounds that we're perfecting, I guess. We do a lot of higher level stuff. So like reading comprehension, I'll read him a passage and ask him some questions about it. So a lot of age appropriate stuff or getting to his age level.
Yeah, and that's important. We want to get them to where they're supposed to be, so that they can be normal and around, where kids and different people their age that as they progress. So, Mom, tell us a little bit about what the center means to you and the growth that you've seen.
The center means so much. I really don't even know where to start. It's been such a big portion of his journey. He started there and didn't say a word. Now, as you see, he talks up a storm. And then it's the same with occupational therapists. He has come a long way, a really long way.
All right. So it looks like we do have a check. So let's turn this thing around and see what we got today. $812. So, all right. So how did you raise that money? What was your big?
We sold T-shirts.
Sold T-shirts? All right, yeah. So we hear that. I see families selling T-shirts, doing Facebook, social media type stuff. So that's awesome. Appreciate you and thank you for bringing that today. Now I believe we're going to go back to our main stage for some more entertainment.
All right, this song is a song I wrote called Pictures. There's the one where you were born, the doctor laid you on my chest, tiny hands holding mine if only you could see the rest. We got to bring you home and then our lives changed forever. And yet thank God for portrait modes, sunny days and rain. All the memories are black and white, but on the wall they're all in color. It's the 8x10s I remember when it's pretty folds you on my shoulder. In the here and now is the best life I could ever find. But if pictures were like songs, I'd replay them all the time. There's a time you learn to walk, let go of my hand to stand beside you. You smile like you were 10 feet tall. It seems like it was just the day after that we were down on Skyview Lane, skipping rocks and sitting round a fire. Pink sunsets, late summer nights, and I'm always chasing after all the memories. Black and white, but on the wall they're all in color. It's the 8x10s I remember when it's pretty fields you on my shoulder. In the here and now is the best life I could ever find. But if pictures were like songs, I'd replay them all the time. There's the one where I held my dog, hugged her tight and kissed her collar. She was making that journey home. Daddy dug a grave just for her. And there's the one where your name starts and then ends Dates are written there, it's where we go when we live. All the memories are black and white, but on the wall they're all in color. It's the 8x10s I remember when Spready Fields you on my shoulder. In the here and now is the best life I could ever find. But if pictures were like songs, I'd replay them all the time. Yeah, if pictures were like songs, I'd relive them all the time.
I'm Crystal Burnett, and I'm a speech-language pathologist at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Augmentative and alternative communication, also known as AAC, is a way to communicate without using verbal speech. Imagine how many times a day you communicate. If you couldn't communicate your wants and needs, you'd feel isolated from the world. Would you be able to get your needs met? Children use communication to get their wants and needs met, to play, make friends, and to share their opinions. AAC can be used temporarily while your child's speech and language skills develop, or it can be a permanent addition to their communication. AAC will not keep a child from talking, but will help them develop their language skills until they're able to use intelligible verbal speech. There are two main types of AAC, low-tech and high-tech. With low-tech, they're typically not battery-powered and cheaper to make. Some examples of low-tech AAC include PECS, which is Picture Exchange Communication System, sign language, word boards, and communication books. High-tech AAC has power and a rechargeable battery. They often use a lighted dynamic display and synthesized voices. They also use operating systems through Windows, Androids, or iOS. If your child is not physically able to point or use a touchscreen, there are other access options, such as eye gaze, head tracking, joystick, and switch control. At the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, we believe all children deserve the opportunity to communicate to the best of their ability. We have a team of speech, physical, and occupational therapists who can complete an AAC evaluation and choose the best mode of communication for your child. Please call the Kenny Rogers Children's Center today to schedule your child's AAC evaluation.
Welcome back. Another great example of what is going on here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And a lot of it is done by the therapists that are here. And we have a group of therapists here to talk about speech therapy. So I want you to introduce yourselves and let us know more about what you guys are doing with speech therapy.
My name is Paige. I'm one of the speech therapists.
I'm Brooke.
And I'm Crystal.
All right, now, Crystal, since I know you, I'm going to ask you all the questions now. So, what is a typical day like here for you? I know it probably varies a lot.
Does.
Yes.
It does. So we see quite a few patients each day. All of our patients are very different. And we're kind of going to point out a special population of our patients, the ones that use an alternative mode of communication, not just verbal speech. So we use, we have like high-tech devices. Some come in the form of like an iPad, and then low-tech devices that's, you know, I record a message on and they can hit a button to say something. But yeah, I mean, we have such a variety of types of children.
I'm sure, yes. So as far as, you know, people who are listening or watching, what is a big need for you guys right now? What is something, a piece of equipment that you're like, we really need? I'm sure you have a list, right? I know you do. I can tell.
Yeah. Honestly, one of the biggest things we need right now is what we call an eye gaze device. So a kid uses their eyes to look at a screen to pick words that they want to say.
Wow.
And then the device will speak the words they pick out. And those are pretty pricey, about what, $18,000 for
How much?
that. $18,000
For one?
For one device.
Wow. Okay. $18,000 for one of those.
Yeah. A lot of money.
That is a lot of money. That is a lot of money.
That's why we need some donation.
So how much has technology changed, especially recently, in the job that you guys are doing for children? Does it continue to change a lot and keep better and better?
So I graduated just 3 years ago, and I feel like even within that 3 years, technology has come so far. So every year, these companies, there's multiple device companies. They're all coming out with new devices. They're updating their devices. I'm not sure how long the eye gaze technology has been around. I would say within the past decade, it's really improved. Like, it's very accurate. You can have 48 buttons on a screen and then multiple pages hidden within each of those icons. So you have thousands of words available to you on one of these devices.
Are you finding that more and more children are needing this kind of speech therapy to help with their communication?
I think the more that technology evolves, we are using and finding that it helps with more of our kids. So I've had kids where they are very verbal, you just cannot understand exactly what they're saying. They might need a device to augment their speech. Some kids that are nonverbal that completely rely on the device. So I think the more research we have with it and the more they evolve, we are using them with more and more kids.
And the more funding that is needed. Thank you to all three of you for what you are doing for local children and helping them to communicate. And we're going to find out right now if we've got some more money. So if you guys want to, thank you again. We are going to have a new number. CJ, why don't you squeeze in here?
Yeah, we get a new total, so if they're ready, let's see that new total.
Nice. Awesome.
Little by little, we're getting there, but you know, as we look, we're just about at 3 o'clock, which means we got 2 more hours on the air. So we've got a lot of ground to cover to get to what we need to run this center for the next 365 days. So we need your help right now, 877-472-0397. You see the number on your screen, you can text that. We've had kids taking our pictures because you don't want adults doing that. So we've had some pictures taken up here, so we just hand the phone to we find the youngest one and just hand it to them because they're the geniuses.
They'll do a better job, let's be honest.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, you don't want any of us taking the picture.
No. They got to make us look good.
You don't want us in the picture most of the time either.
No.
So come out, join us. We're at the Minor Convention Center. You can stop by and say hi. Still, the silent auction going on for another hour. I know you were back there earlier.
Some great items over there, sporting items if you're looking for them, home decor type of items, food, drink. Great items. Go log on to the Facebook page. You'll find a link on there. Click on there and you'll see all the items. You'll be able to bid on them. And if you're still in the area, you still got some time. Stop by the Minor Convention Center. Who cares what the construction is doing right on the outside of us here? Stop on in. You can place a bid. You've got an hour and about 10 minutes to place a bid on those silent item auctions.
What'd you find?
Well, I mean, I didn't look that closely, but I know that you were eyeing those Grizzly tickets.
Yeah, there's Grizzlies tickets for Tuesday night.
Look, he already knows.
Tuesday night against the Orlando Magic, lower bowl. Orlando's not very good, but who cares? You're going to a Memphis Grizzlies game. There's a parking pass, great tickets, 2 tickets available. Yeah. I'm thinking about it.
I mean, we got an expert on this. I mean, he has really examined these tickets.
There's 2 tickets. Are you going to take me or are you going to take our daughter?
Well, that's a great question. Do I take my wife or do I take my daughter?
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
And if we ask the daughter, we know the answer to that question already.
We know.
We don't have to worry about that. All right, so we'll have you go that way with Jim. And you and I will talk because, well, they told us we have time to film.
This is what we do.
This is live TV. This is a different world for radio people. You TV folks are used to this kind of stuff. You know, when you were on doing sports and all that, you knew all the signals and you knew the this or that. We look up, and whenever they give us a signal, we're like, huh?
You mean you got to stop talking at a certain time? I didn't know I'd be able here with all these radio people. It's a lot of fun. Radio people are a lot more fun than TV people. I'm not going to lie. They are. I'm not just saying that because I married one. They are a lot more fun. This is such a great event. You know, I really appreciate coming out here, representing Channel 12, to come down here and help with the fundraising for this event, because it does so much. We talk about local, local, local all the time with everything that we do, and it includes keeping fundraising money local, and that's exactly what we're doing here today.
Multiple counties in southeast Missouri are served at this center. Multiple states in the area are served at this center, and you know, we love that it's a regional center and regional folks get involved with it. As a matter of fact, right now, Mike is standing by to introduce us to another great family from the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
All right, we are here with Andrew, and tell us a little bit about Andrew and what we receive at the center.
I'm Andrew's speech therapist. He also receives occupational therapy in the summer. In the summer. Andrew, you want to say hi?
Hi,
So Andrew's been coming for about 3 years to Kenny Rogers, and he wasn't talking a whole lot when he started. Now he does not stop talking. I mean, yeah, he talks nonstop. He has so much fun at the center. So we're kind of focusing on making his speech clearer. Now that he has lots and lots of words to say, you know, we want to make sure everyone's understanding those words. So we're working on, you know, a lot of speech sounds and things like that.
Yeah, that's, you know, we've been hearing that throughout the day as we talk about that communication and that you know, understanding, and that sounds where kids can communicate, because, you know, we've talked about this a few times, but they always want to communicate, but if we can't understand them, it's very frustrating for the child, just as much as it is for the parent, you know, and then they're young and then they just get upset. So, you know, tell us a little bit about, and you know, what brought you, how, you know, what kind of led you to the center?
We had done speech therapy with a local therapist here, and it just wasn't working for him because she wasn't specialized in children. And he had next to no verbal skills. Like, he couldn't tell us what he wanted. And so he was always mad. He would get frustrated and angry because he couldn't communicate to us what he wanted. But since he's been going and can talk now to us, he is so much happier and just excels in everything that he does now because he can tell us what he wants.
Yeah, I think you said something that's right on target, that, you know, we got therapists, we got physical therapy people, we got different, you know, places we can go, but they don't really deal with children, and it's a whole different world in doing that with an adult and a child, and, you know, and at that stages in learning. So we have the great therapist here, you know, at the center that specializes. And man, we just, you know, that's where they shine, and that's where they, you know, put into. So it looks like you do have a check for us today. Yeah. Go ahead and turn it around. All right, so we got a check for $25.66. So, all right. So we talk about this all the time. Every penny helps. Every donation helps. You know, we just heard the therapist talking about the price of some of the equipment. And I will tell you, I've been here around the center for a long time. We've seen our equipment just upgrade dramatically. And as you know, as we want to continue in the great steps and strides that we've taken, we realize that's just the start. And now we don't want to fall behind because we are doing so many great things. So that's why we need the donation, and we see these kids. And that's what it's about. That's why we ask you to give and help out with the center. So I believe we're going to go back to our center stage for some more live music.
song's called Ruby. Ruby was a girl she met when she was 29. Though she didn't know it yet, even though she was feeling fine, and in due time, Ruby was going away. Ruby had a sparkle in her blue-green eyes, cool blonde hair like a Tulsa breeze, the kind that you search to find, and yet her smile was going away. She called him, he cried to her, said this can't be so soon, too soon, never. La da 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 da. Ruby was a baby girl, a heartbeat slowly gone. Their cards folded, no chance to hold her. They never got to bring her home. Never got to watch her grow. But every year that's passing, October comes around. They remember her, they'll never forget her. She's smiling down on mom and dad. But she calls him, he cries to her, it still can't be so long ago, but still there. La da 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 da. Ruby was her baby girl when she was 29. La da 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 da.
Probably. So it has been a fun 2 hours.
It has.
For you guys to join us. Thank you all again so much for
Thanks for having us down here.
for coming down and being a part of this. I know, with having kids and jobs and all that stuff, life just kind of throws weird curveballs at you. And then when you get a phone call to do something out of your comfort zone, you didn't have to say yes, but we appreciate you guys coming down.
Well, we appreciate you inviting us.
The
And you-
strangest curveball of all is the fact that I have a microphone standing next to Reed Howell, and Reed Howell does not.
He doesn't know what to do with his
He
hands.
doesn't know what to
He
do
put
with
his hands in his pocket.
His hands in his pocket. He doesn't know what to talk about. It's very Ricky Bobby-ish over here.
But seriously.
He's not wrong.
But you know what? This is the first time Ryan and I have been down here with you guys doing this. And I know you've done it, many years. And we have a 13-year-old. And it does just make you appreciate and just you feel very blessed that, this is a wonderful center, but that you don't have to use it. And it's just a nice reminder. You know?
And give because you don't have a child that comes here. But there are so many other families that do live this life,
Right.
and it's a completely different life. And the friends that you've made, the folks that you all have met here, I guarantee you next year when you come down, because you're coming down next year.
Okay.
Just so you know, you're already on the schedule for next year. you can't say no at this point.
We will not. And, I will have to say, everyone who I've met today, they have been so nice. I mean, other than you. But, everyone else has been really, really nice. Just coming up saying, hi, I'm so-and-so, and I just love it.
It's the folks here, it's one big family. I mean, if you have a child that attends this center, or if you come and be a part, the volunteers, the folks that are here, the TV crew, the sound crew, all these guys, it's just one big family. And, it's a very well-oiled machine that kind of goes off the rails from time to time.
The whole area is one big family, and you can see that with the donations that are made.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this center is very much a local center, and the money is staying here. I'm going to give you a microphone.
No, I was going to give him this one.
Oh, you'd even. Oh, wait. Now he feels better. Now he feels better. Again, all of the money staying here locally, and what everyone locally is doing for this facility is so fantastic to see.
It amazes me when you start tying all the strings together with all of us that are up here right now. Jason's involvement with the city of Sikeston, his involvement with KYMO Radio and Shotgun Radio and everything else, your involvement with KFVS, your involvement with K103, your involvement all these years, Mike, going way back, behind the scenes, behind the microphones. CJ, you are indispensable behind the scenes and in front of the camera. Your work with KYMO and Shotgun Radio, it is a family. We are a media family, and we are here helping these families, and some of us, it means more than others because, you have been involved not only for 25 years doing this, but now for the last 7 or 8 with your own son. And, it's amazing that you see, and the repeat customers that we see year after year that show up here, that come in here to donate time, or the people that used to as children that are now adults coming in here that we've seen from the center. It truly is amazing. And it truly takes everyone, and everyone that's sitting out there, everyone that's back there, everyone. So what do we have next? I can't see that far.
We have
it says a video. Ryan, thank you. Whitney, thank you.
You bet. We'll see you next year for sure.
Jeslin is 11. She likes anything that involves music and dancing and girly, primpy stuff. She likes to read. She likes making new friends. She's a very friendly, outgoing kid. Randy, Bob, he's a mess. He's always got something to say about something. You never know what's going to come out of his mouth. He loves going fishing and catfish conferences with his daddies.
For some reason, he seems to be everybody's favorite. Everybody's.
Jeslin has some cognitive issues, problems. She has very little problem-solving skills. She has a hard time with occupational type things, hand-eye coordination, things of that sort. Randy, he had a stroke when he was 6 weeks old, and he has severe weakness on the right side of his brain, on his whole right side of his body.
When Bob, all of them come to us, brother and sister, as foster kids. Bob was pretty much just a limp baby doll. And at that time, he was just a few months old, and they told us that he'd never walk or talk.
Bob gets physical, speech, and occupational. He's here for 2 hours every Tuesday. Jeslin is here for an hour every Tuesday, and she gets speech and occupational.
He's really come a long way, and I don't believe he'd have been able to do it without his therapist.
These therapists haven't just helped these kids, they've helped us.
Jeslin's language goals that we have, help her not only to communicate when she's at home or out in the community, but also it really helps her to progress in her schoolwork and keep her on track academically. And then her social skills, of course, help her make friendships.
With Jeslin, her handwriting, her following directions. With Randy, they strengthen up his right side where he's weak at, and they help with his speech. But they make it all fun. It's like one big game. They love coming to therapy because it's like they don't even realize they're working. They're just playing to them.
Randy can be a mess. So a lot of times there is things that we have to incorporate. So things that he always likes to do, he likes to work for a snack or candy or cooking. He is always asking to cook. So a lot of times if he doesn't like to do the handwriting or coloring, which boys, none of them like to do. I'm like, okay, if we do really good this time, I will promise that we will cook next week. And when I'm making that as a reward, it's still working on his goals, and he doesn't even really realize that that's what we're working on, but it's fun to him.
Going out of town, if she had to drive to St. Louis or Memphis to take them, that would leave us with either daycare for the rest of them or me staying home with them.
To have to carry 2 kids, 2 hours away from home just to get the therapy that they needed. It wasn't even like we wanted them to get it. It was they needed it to be successful in life.
I don't know how we could have done it if it had been somewhere else.
I don't know what I'd do without the center. They've helped my babies. They're just in the convenience. Because it's not just them that are affected by this, it's the whole house, and with it being right here, it is so much easier. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon.
So send in your donations now. Thank you.
My name is Tom Ritchie. I'm a physical therapist here in Sikeston, Missouri, which I have been for the last 53 years, 54 years, something like that. I graduated from the University of Missouri in 1971. I've been here about 3 or 4 months when Mr. Dave Reagan of the Regional Center came over and asked Carol Jones if he could use some of my services over at the Regional Center, and Harold said yes, but we need a clinical psychologist. So we traded different talents for each other. So I was excited because I love working with children anyway, and so the Regional Center at that time had in the center had 40 beds, 20 for females and 20 for males, children. And so I went over there and started seeing their kids and teaching the staff how to work and do different things with those kids. That's in the little area they gave me to work in, at a table like this one here, and for me to put the child upon and examine them and set up a program. And I would set up appointments on Saturday morning, one Saturday morning a month, and pretty soon it was filled up, and which was great. And I got to meet lots of fantastic people and kids, and they got busier, and it went to almost a full day. Helen Shelton had a son that needed therapy, and she had started going to different self-help programs around. So she was familiar with exercise and things, and I was treating her son, and she was very enthusiastic. And after a while, I said, Helen, why don't we talk to Mr. Reagan and see if he'll give us some room here at the center, and we can do this a half a day every day. And everyone was on board, and so we opened up a small area, it was a closet, and we were just filled up with kids coming because there was no other services for them. It just, word of mouth kept growing. We were bringing kids in from Poplar Bluff, all over Mississippi County, New Madrid County, Scott County. I even had one child, I believe, they brought him up from Arkansas because here was a program that no one else was providing. But it was just sort of, I don't know, magical or serendipitous, I don't know what the word is, but at the time, Kenny Rogers was coming to the rodeo. And the Jaycees had also become interested in what we're doing at the center, and they brought Kenny over to our center over on Center Street. And he was really amazed of all the things we were doing and how we got started and how things were progressing. And after the rodeo, he announced that he was going to donate an Arabian stallion to us to sell and give us some really good seed money, because our plans, we saw that the Center Street building wasn't going to be large enough. We wanted to build our own building. We sold the horse for $75,000, and Kenny came back and put on a concert, and he always was bringing his friends, the Gatlin brothers or different people by to help with the concert. I'm still amazed that it all fell together and came together that way. But we had help from the medical community, the business community, and then the volunteers and parents. It just was amazing. It's unbelievable, all the technology that's been incorporated into this building, and the training of the therapists and all the different therapy people that you have here, the OTs, physical therapists, speech pathologists, special education. It's amazing because all those people make up, the building is nice and all the bricks and mortar, but your reputation has spread. I can go travel across the state or in different surrounding states and then know about the Kenny Rogers Center. You should give to the Kenny Rogers Center because it's the most wonderful place to spend your money. You definitely get your money's worth. So many children are helped. They're able to carry on the low cost or no cost for treating these kids. So please donate and keep this center moving ahead with its fine therapy and people that come here to use the center.
All right, we're here on the main stage here with Whitewater Bluegrass Band of Missouri. So tell us where you're from and how long you've been singing together.
So we're from the Whitewater area. We've been playing together for about 16 years now. So we just like to pick and grin and have a good time. So.
All right, well, welcome to the stage, and let's have a good time and enjoy your music.
All right.
Ain't no smoggy smoke on a rocky top.
right, thank you so much. Hey, it's glad to be back here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. I got to tell you, I'm quite humbled to be sitting here with a group of individuals that I would say make things happen. And that is this group of people here. They make things happen here with Brandy, and we were just talking a little bit about how much work goes into even today putting on the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon and the cleanup that happens afterwards, and the fact that you know, I didn't even think about this till you said it just a minute ago, but like they go back to work on Monday. Like they don't get a break. They do this all weekend, and then they're back hard at work on Monday. So Brandy, how you doing? How things going?
I'm great, and it's great, and it is a lot of work, but it's so worth it because we all sort of reap the benefits of this weekend. Because of everything that happens this weekend, we get to go back to work on Monday, continuing to work with an amazing group of kids. You guys have gotten to meet just a snapshot of the number of kids that we service every week at the center, and it's just such an amazing opportunity as a therapist to be able to do what we do thanks to the wonderful support in the community that we get.
Yeah, it's truly a community effort, and so thankful to see everyone out today. And Michelle's down there on the end. Michelle, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, this is the second year we've actually been able to come back and have a live telethon, which we're very happy and excited about. And then I think for those of you who've never done a 2-day telethon, we're very excited that we're able to do it in one day. So we're getting close to wrap up, so we need your help.
Yeah, that's right. We're a little less than 2 hours away from the end of the day. And so make your pledges now, 877-472-0397, or you can text KRCC to 71777. Well, without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce these people that make things happen, and we'll just start back in the back there.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm an occupational therapist, and I've been at the center for 5 years.
Hi, I'm Abby. I'm an occupational therapy assistant, and I've been at the center for 1 month.
Hi, I'm Sonoria, and I'm the billing specialist, and I've been at the center for 3 years.
I'm Micah, and I'm Brandy's assistant, and I've been at the center for 9 years.
I'm Allison, and I'm an occupational therapist, and I've been with the center for 8 years.
I'm Paige, and I'm a speech therapist, and I've been at the center for almost a year.
I'm Elizabeth, and I'm an occupational therapy assistant, and I've been at the center for about a year and a half.
My name is Molly. I'm an occupational therapist, sorry, and I've been there almost 27 years.
I'm an occupational therapy assistant, and I've been at the center for almost 2 years.
I'm Riley, and I'm an occupational therapy assistant, and I've been at the center for about a year and a half.
I'm Laura. I'm the administrative assistant, and I've been at the center for 2 years.
I'm Sue, and I'm the office manager, and I've been there 42 years.
I'm Bailey. I'm an occupational therapy assistant, and I've been here for 1 month.
I'm Rachel. I'm an occupational therapist, and I've been at the center for 5 years.
I'm Kenna. I'm an occupational therapist, and I've been at the center for 2 years.
I'm Selena. I've been at the center for 3.5 years, and I'm a physical therapy assistant.
I'm Crystal, a speech therapist, and this is my 9th year at the center.
I'm Brooke, also a speech therapist, and I've been at the center almost 3 years.
I'm Trisha. I'm a physical therapist. There you go, Molly. Thanks. And I've been with the center for 8 years.
I'm Alexa. I'm an occupational therapist assistant, and I've been at the center for 3.5 years.
I'm Audrey. I'm a physical therapist, and I've been at the center for 6 years.
I'm Faith. I'm an occupational therapy assistant, and I've been at the center almost 2 years.
And my name is Brandy. I'm a physical therapist, and I'm the clinical coordinator, and I've been at the center for 18 years.
Give them a big round of applause for our team that makes things happen. And in case you were keeping score, everywhere from 42 years to 1 month. And that's the team here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and they work hard, spend hour after hour after hour working with these kids and helping them. And you know, when you think about bringing people that come to work at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, what is the draw? What brings them here?
Honestly, it's the work, because all of the girls that work at the center could go work somewhere else and make a lot more money. And it is their passion and their drive and their desire to help kids and help all the patients that we see reach their goals that makes them come and work at the center. And they all have a dedication. I've heard them all talking today about the time they spend outside of the 8 to 5 hours at the center, helping patients when they get in binds with things on the weekend, reaching out to teachers, reaching out to other people that are involved in the lives of the kids that we service, to enhance their lives and make things easier for the families.
Michelle, you have a great team. You have a great team of ladies here that work hard. I bet you just can't say thanks enough, huh?
Well, really we can. And not only do we say, hey, come to work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and those are great hours, but then we also throw in a telethon once a year, and we say, oh, and by the way, help us raise some money. And that's one of the things we're doing here today. We do challenge our staff to reach a certain goal, and if they reach that, we do reward that, and we have worked really hard to raise a pretty nice amount this year.
So that leads us right into this check presentation. So what are some of the things that were done to raise the money?
Well, each of them do something individually on their own. I know Sue, we have Emily, several of us actually do payroll deduction ourselves. So that's a small amount that can be taken out of our check every other week, and you don't even really miss that amount of money. So that's one thing we can do. I know Lex does a good job of hitting. Erica is another one that asks businesses to do fundraisers or special nights for the center. And then everybody else just, like we all do, hits up family and friends and say, hey, you want to donate? It's telethon time.
Yeah, I think that says a lot when those that are here working for the center are so invested that they're not only willing to work here, but they're willing to raise the money to help support the center, and it really says a lot. So let's turn that check around and see what you ladies did. Wow, $20,117.67 from the workers at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. That is so incredible. I told you it's a group of ladies that make things happen. Isn't that right?
It really is, and our staff is growing by leaps and bounds. This being the 50th anniversary year, I spent a lot of time going through the archives and looking at old staff pictures, and we would have like 10 people or 8 people in the pictures, and so to just see how much the staff has grown, how many more kids we are able to service because of this weekend and all the other times that this community steps up and supports the center is just a blessing. I know to myself, and I can speak for the rest of them, that they feel that way too.
Michelle, there's a word that I've heard a couple of times today, and it's a repeated word throughout the years, and that is family. Family. It's like a family. And I know as we look out about the crowd here, we see faces that are regular. We see faces that have been here for 42 years. We see faces that have been here for a month. What is it about the family atmosphere with your team?
I can really say that when we all went through and we talked about the years that we've been here. I actually in December celebrated my 20th year, and it does become a family. I know when I see these therapists treating the individual families, that they really do build a bond with those kids and want to see them improve. And, just the bond that they create with the families truly is amazing, and it is family.
Yeah, and the work certainly brings joy. I mean, story after story today of accomplishments and goals that have been reached and goals that you guys are looking forward to seeing reached. I'm sure all of you right now in your mind, you have kids that you're thinking about already of goals that you want them to reach even just next week. And you see them out here and you think next week they're gonna reach this goal. And, I'm excited. I want to say thank you from all of us who we just get to talk, but we get to celebrate you. And thank you for your hard work and your dedication to this community, to this region, to these families. Let's give them a big hand one more time for the workers at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Thank you so much for all you do, and keep up the good work. And Michelle, why don't you tell the people that are watching one more time just why it's so important to support Kenny Rogers?
one of the ways, this is really how you can tell this is a pretty big staff, and this is really how you support us getting through the summer when our revenue generation goes way, way down. It is so important that you do support the center and the causes that we have. And so please pick up your phone and call 877-472-0397. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. One more round of applause for those at the workers of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And make sure to make those pledges, 877-472-0397. You can text KRCC to 71777. You can give, and we would appreciate your giving as we continue to see that total go up. Right now, I think we're going to throw it back to the live auction with CJ.
Yeah, we are back here, Jason, with our silent auction items. And guess what? It is 3:26, which means you have 34 minutes to get your bids in because the silent auction closes at 4 o'clock. We're going to wrap it up. If you are thinking, I probably need to check my bid, or you haven't checked on it, you can also do it right there on your phone. It's simple. But look at some of the stuff that we've got back here. I know we've been back here a couple of times. There's literally something for everyone. I mean, you got chocolate, you got flowers, there's different, Bug Zero has even chipped in and given a gift set for Bug Zero. Barbecue, guys, look at here. You get a set with a cooler, all kinds of seasonings, utensils. This is right up my alley. I can feel my wife staring daggers through me right now to not bid on this. So moving on, we got coffee and we've got whiskey. There's all kinds of things that you can come out and bid on, not to mention all of the gift certificates that are up on the board. So again, get here, see what all is available. Log on, there's beef jerky. I mean, you name it. There's stuff for the kids out here as well. We got some kids over there looking at it, some of the toys and stuffed animals and things like that. They're there. We've got bicycles for the kids, tractors, a little bit of everything. So get down here to the Minor Convention Center. If you've not been here, again, about 30 minutes left before the silent auction closes. So you want to make sure to get your bids in and get, I mean, look at there. Have you ever gotten a box of socks? These are John's Crazy Socks. Crazy Socks are really in. So there you go. Look at all those. Music notes. Pretty cool stuff. Socket sets, we got tools. If you are in the market for anything right now, a great deal, plus you're gonna have the opportunity to help out an amazing, amazing organization with the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Again, you can check your bids online. Matter of fact, if you get outbid, they will send you a notification on your phone that, hey, you need to check your bids. Thank you to everybody so far that has bid. I know there's a couple of items online that I've seen that's got some pretty stiff competition. So you may want to get down here and be ready to go. We do have some buy it now options on there too, to where if you see something, you go, hey, I want it at that price. I'll do that. You can do the buy it now option as well. All right, so I think we're gonna have more entertainment back on the main stage.
Gentlemen, give it up once again for the Whitewater Bluegrass Band. Take it away.
All these irons in the fire, never dream the day is done. Never quenching my desire to hit the road and run. Where's all the freedom I've been hoping for so long? Just another morning, the sun is on the rise. A bitter cup of coffee wiped the sleep out of my eyes. Lacing up my boots, hoping I might find a chance to get away and leave it all behind. Where's all the freedom I've been hoping for so long? Watch up on this roller coaster, work until I die, like most everyone I know, barely getting by. Living day to day, spinning round and round, trying to fill an empty glass just to spill it on the ground. Where's all the freedom I've been hoping for so long? Then I stopped, watched the setting sun, and realized all the things left undone. Among these irons in the fire of my soul, the hardest part of moving on is letting go. There's all the freedom I've been hoping for so long. There's all the freedom I've been hoping for so long. All the freedom I've been hoping for so long. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Great live music there. Love me some bluegrass.
Yeah, that sounded awesome. Just enjoying themselves and just some great music today.
I saw Reed over there busting a move a little bit ago, too. He was getting after it.
Well, I don't know if it's really called getting after it. He was doing something.
He was doing something.
Yeah.
And then I think he had to go get stretched out for
Yeah,
hamstring
yeah.
or something like
He
that.
left real quick, didn't
Hey,
he?
we're so thankful to be back here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon, and a lot is still going on. We are less than 30 minutes away from the end of the silent auction, and so if you haven't put in your bids yet, you're going to want to do that. Get on your phone. It's real simple. You can make those bids for whatever item. A lot of great items back there. We just saw CJ sharing some of those.
Yeah, there's all kind. I mean, anything you can think of almost is back there. There's different baskets, gift cards, just some amazing things back there to choose from this year.
Something else that's happening a little later tonight, I know we've mentioned this a couple of times. We want to remind you about the Blacklight Bingo that is taking place at the VFW on Smith Street. That's at 7 o'clock tonight, and so you'll want to head on over there a little later this evening and get you some stampers and some bingo cards, and they'll turn the lights out, turn those black lights on, and Blacklight Bingo, baby.
They'll have a great time. Well, I do believe we have a new total.
All right.
So let's see where we're at at this point.
Looks like $182,140. All right, that we celebrate $182,000 right now, but we're an hour and a half away from the end of the telethon, and we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, and it's not too late to give. It's not too late to give any amount. You can do it online. You can call in to 877-472-0397. That comes live here, Jason, and we'll take that donation.
Yeah, call right now. Text that number, 71777, and that's the way you can give to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. I think we're going to throw it over now to CJ.
We're getting we're getting Molly in here because, yep, come on. We got a chair. Molly, Audrey, this is a little different situation here as I get to interview my wife, which is really weird because we talk on the radio together every day, but never in a situation where we are like this, where I interview you. So it's kind of weird.
It's a little strange.
It is a little strange. And by the way, here on the end is 3 of the 4 of our children. That is Marshall right there on the end, and Mason and Mary Caroline. And Marshall has been receiving services at the center now for over 10 years.
Yeah, it's been, we're coming up on 11 years of him receiving services here since he was 3 years old. So Definitely have a lot of memories, and I think about, the 50 years, and like, wow, we've been a part of over 10 of those years.
Yeah.
That's-
So Marshall's story, you tell it way better than I do.
Oh.
So quick version of how we got where we are here today.
Yeah, and it's a very long story, so I will try to condense as much as possible. So Marshall was typically developing, totally healthy kid until he was 3 years old and developed a brain tumor. It was malignant. He had to go through chemotherapy, radiation, stem cell transplant, and he has had a lot of ongoing effects from the treatment that he received to treat his cancer.
So initially, whenever they told us that they were going to send Marshall home, they told us that he needed to be stronger. He couldn't receive chemo, radiation, or anything until he got stronger. And we made the call to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And, doctors were telling us, one doctor in particular told us he's not going to walk again. And in that 6 weeks with these intense therapy that he had to go through.
Yeah, we would come twice a day.
Yeah.
We came twice a day for a few weeks.
And it was so awesome to prove that doctor wrong.
Yeah.
And see Marshall walk across the floor. And, that was huge for our family. And little did we know that, not just that, but years later, we would still be celebrating successes and still be talking with the therapist and making the relationships that we've had with Molly and with Audrey and with Brandy and with so many of the therapists here at the center.
Yeah, and I feel like success looks a little different for Marshall. It hasn't been linear. He's had lots of ups and downs medically that has affected him physically and cognitively over the course of his lifetime. But these wonderful ladies at the center are always there helping us navigate new trials, helping us with equipment, different things that we've needed along the way. And I truly don't know where he would be without the services and the support, both at the center and outside of the center.
So Molly, talk with us about some of the successes that you've helped see in Marshall's life.
Well, I want to say, first of all, that Marshall is such a fighter. I mean, with his ups and downs, he tries. I mean, he does the best that he can, and he gives us as much as he possibly can those days. I couldn't ask for a harder worker. And the family, you guys do everything that we ask you to do, and you take it home and you do it there, and you guys are consistent with therapies, and that's how we're getting our success, is the follow through. You guys have become our family too, and it takes a team, and that's what we have with Marshall. And he is the star, and he is such a hard worker.
I know there's days where Marshall may not be feeling the greatest. And so that means, we have to structure things a little bit different at home. And Mom becomes kind of the hands-on for you guys as we do telehealth, which has been, by the way, such a godsend and a blessing so that he can continue to receive therapy daily. Because, if we go multiple days without therapy, then it almost feels like we're starting at the beginning again. So to be able to have that telehealth option and have Mom learning the different techniques and stuff, it really becomes a team effort.
It does. And it's not just Mom and it's not just Dad, it's his caregivers at home too. I mean, we've done telehealth. We didn't think telehealth was going to be a blessing at all, but it actually has been, because we've seen Marshall in the hospital. I mean, we've seen him wherever he is, and we can coach Mom and the nurses and anybody through what we want them to do.
And it's kind of been nice because they have been able to then see what our environment looks like at home and help us navigate. I can literally, take the iPad or the phone and walk around the house and say, okay, well, what do you think about this? This isn't working well, and they can help us figure out solutions to problems that we're having at home. So if anything good came out of the whole quarantine, I don't even like that word, but if anything good came out of that, telehealth it's been a help for our family.
Absolutely. And Marshall has a complete army of supporters online, here locally in our region, around the world, that always have our back. Anytime that we want to raise money for the center, we just ask, and people are so generous to give that don't even know. The only way they know about the center is from what we've told them through pictures and through videos on our Facebook page of him.
And some of our biggest supporters, through the money that we've raised, some of our biggest supporters don't live here. They've never seen the center in person. They've never attended the telethon. They just see how important it is to our family and how passionate we are about supporting the center. Giving back it's just such a small amount. There's no amount that we could give to repay for a decade of therapy services that he's received, and it's just been such a blessing to see people from all over the country, all over the world, support this center right here in our hometown.
So let's turn the check around and see what we've got for Pulling for Marshall. $2,780.66. From the This place means a lot. Wasn't gonna do it. Always tell myself I'm not gonna do it. There's never enough money to repay. For the fact that he's still here. It's a direct result of the center.
About it.
Get me out of here, Jim.
Just a young girl of 17, the prettiest girl he'd ever seen. He hoped someday she'd be his wife. She took his hand and said, I do. I'll never love anyone but you. I'll never say goodbye. Greatest love ever. Walk side by side. When a happy life together, they laughed and they cried. They made a home and a family. Through the good and the bad, they'd always be. Hand in side by side. He worked 2 jobs just to get them by. She cooked their meals the old wood stove style. Work was hard, but their love was strong. The greatest love ever, they walked side by happy life together, they laugh and they cry. Time moved on and the hair turned gray, that the grandkids came by every day. Oh, how she loved to see them smile. She'd sit and hold them in her arms. They could be no further from our home. They were angels in her eyes. Greatest love ever, they walk side by side. Happy life together, they laugh and they cry. One day he prayed, oh Lord, please let her stay. How can I live without her here? She'll be waiting on the other side. You can see her when you close your eyes. She'll never say goodbye. Greatest love ever, they walk side by side. Happy life together, they laugh and they cry. Just a young girl of 17. Thank you.
All right, we're back here. Hello, there it is. All right, we're here, and we've got a whole host of people here, some that will talk and others that won't. But we won't single out anyone in particular. Who have I got next to me?
I'm Trisha. I'm a physical therapist, and I've treated Randy here for several years.
Okay.
I'm Alexa. I see Randy for occupational therapy, and I've seen him on and off for the 3.5 years I've been at the center.
Okay, and down on this end, obviously that's going to be Randy's family that's down there, and you?
My name is Brooke. I'm a speech therapist. I have seen Randy on and off for about 3 years.
She says, nope, I'm not going to talk.
And
Mom
this
and
is
Dad right
Jeslin.
here? Mom and Dad, and I'm assuming sister?
Yeah, I'm Randy, not the one that they're seeing though.
Oh, okay. You're Big Randy.
And I'm Amy. I'm his mom.
So here's a prime example. So here's a young man, and, excuse me?
Jeslin's a patient, too.
And she's a patient, too. So, okay, we've got 3 therapists, 2 different patients, if you will, here from KRCC that these 3 ladies all work with. Can you tell me a little bit more about, Randy, why he came to the center?
Yeah. So Randy has some challenges on one side of his body that makes it hard for him to use his hand and leg, but you wouldn't tell it now, really. I started seeing him with just an ornery little 2-year-old, 3-year-old. Yeah, he was almost 3, I think, when I first evaluated him at school. So I got to see him at the center and at school. And right now, we're kind of in the end stages of things, kind of looking towards discharge with him because he's, like, to the naked eye, you probably wouldn't really see that he has a lot of challenges. So we're doing a lot of, like, running and sports-specific training and high-level stuff to just make him competitive with his peers because he has some things that are just a little bit frustrating, and so we're just trying to overcome that and just go a little above and beyond, probably.
So, I mean, it wasn't just one specific thing of therapy. I mean, you have your specialty. Alexa, can you give a little bit, about what you're working with him?
We usually work on some cooking, some handwriting. We've been working on writing his alphabet. At one time, he had a goal of writing his name. We always had an argument of whether it was going to be Randy or Bob. It just depended on the day of whether I felt like winning the argument or not. What we wrote, shoeing or tying his shoes, buttoning, just activities that go throughout his daily life.
Well, now down here for this young lady, obviously you've probably worked with her quite a bit down here. Tell us a little bit about this young lady.
Well, so I've never actually seen Jeslin before. We do some group activities. So Jeslin sees one of the other speech therapists. So I work with Randy, and we will do group activities together. Like they will play games, and they might fight the whole time and argue with us the whole time, but it usually works out. We get some work done, and that mostly consists of like comprehension questions, life social kind of questions. You know, if someone does this at school, how do you respond? Things along those lines.
Now, if you'll hand that mic down to Mom and Dad here, Big Randy and Mom or whatever, you know, I'm just going to ask you guys, you know, we've seen so many stories today, and sometimes it can be a little repetitive, but each family and each child is individually different. And I think that's what sets the therapy at KRCC apart from other places. What has it meant to you guys to have this work done? And again, folks, the money that we're raising today is to help to continue this stuff because it's free. Tell me a little bit about that. Smart man.
Well, just having it right here locally, and I can't just brag about my kids because I've seen so many kids.
Sure.
Like just out and about, and I'll be like, oh yeah, you go to the center, and they are just completely different kids than they were a couple years ago because this center throws everything into helping these babies.
Right. And that's what it's all about. And this is the opportunity for the community and everyone to give back. And you guys have done a little work, evidently. Otherwise, that big white rectangle wouldn't be sitting there. What do we have here? Let's turn that thing around. That looks like $1,180. Team Burns, the Burns family. How did you come about? What did you do to raise that money?
Friends and family.
And that's what it's all about.
You know, sorry.
That's okay.
You know, I may look like a big burly guy, but you start talking about kids in need and I turn into this. But when it comes down to it, you know, I have friends and family that we all have friends and family that we can turn to and say, hey, you know, these kids need it. These kids really need it. And actually, we raised 90% of this since noon today.
Since noon today?
Yeah. We had a little bit raised, and I thought, you know what, I'm not turning this in. And I asked them for some pledge cards, and Bob and Jeslin, they got on the phone, and they raised $800 since noon today.
That's amazing. Since noon today. So here's the thing. I think this brings up a good point. You still have time. If you're watching us right now, take that initiative and say, you know what, I'm going to call some friends, and we're going to call in here in a little bit at 877-472-0397, or you're going to text it to KRCC 71777. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you. $1,180. Thank you to the therapist and the Burns family here. And we, not yet. I'm saying, no, we are? We are. Hey, tote board. Mike, what do you got over there?
All right. So, hey, before I introduce a great group here, I do want to remind you we've got about 5 minutes left for the silent auction. So if you want to get in there, that one last bid, jump on quickly. We are down to the last few minutes here. So I'm excited about this. This is one of my favorite things to do. I love to hear from the families, but I love to get these checks because that's what we're here for today. So we have the Canalou Baptist Church here, and I'm going to let them tell us a little bit about themselves, introduce themselves, and you kind of tell us what you did to raise this money.
I'm just Jerry Landers, and I live at Matthews, and I go to Canalou Baptist Church.
I'm Brother Dwayne Coleman. I'm the pastor of Canalou Baptist Church.
I'm Joyce Boyles, and this is Amber Landers. Amber was a client at Kenny Rogers CP Center in the last part of the 80s.
Barbara Landers.
All right, so you were sharing with me a second ago that you guys have been around. We're celebrating 50 years, and you're celebrating 30 years. Is that correct?
30 years, yeah.
So they've been doing a panel for 30 years. So tell us a little bit about how you raise this money. This is going to blow your socks off here in just a second, folks.
Lady said a while ago, said, Brother Dwayne, you must have a lot of hard workers. I said, no, we don't have a lot of hard workers. We're a real small church. We run about 15 to 20 on Sunday morning. And we all, through the hard work of the faithful few and God's power, we get it done. We had a Heavenly Highway come down and done a concert, and we had a chili supper that night. Then we had a spaghetti supper, and we had Mitch Pullum come down and do a concert. Then we've had a couple nights where we just all got together and called. So God has blessed us, and God said if you do the work, He'll give the increase. And our church really and truly believes that the Scripture teaches us that when you do it unto the least, you've done it unto Him. So when we come and do this for the center, we do it for Jesus. And every year, He just blesses us more. This is our very highest one of the whole 30 years. Last year, we broke our record, and this year we broke that record.
All right, so let's turn this check around. All right, that says $12,000, folks. And that comes from, they said, a church, about 15 people. 15 to 20 people raised $12,000, so that is amazing. So we thank you guys so much. Appreciate it, and we appreciate it, and thank you coming back year after year. Yes, sir.
I want to say one more thing. That's a little church. So where's the big churches at? And we challenge y'all.
There you go. We got a challenge out to the churches. So we appreciate it so much, and we are going to go over to Jason, I believe. No, we're going to go to center stage for some more bluegrass music.
Can't you hear the whistle of my big spike hammer? Lord, it's busting my side. I've done all I can do to keep that woman happy. Still she's not satisfied. Hey, hey, Daddy May, why do you treat me this way? Hey, hey, Daddy May, I'll get even someday. I'm the best hammer swinger on this big section gang. Big Bill Johnson is my name. Lord, this hammer that I swing for $1.50 a day, all for the love of Delamay. Hey, hey, Delamay, why do you treat me this way? Hey, hey, Delamay, I'll get even someday. Lord, I've been lots of places, not much I ain't done. Still, there's a lot of things I'd like to see. This hammer that I swing, or the woman that I love, one's gonna be the death of me. Hey, hey, Daddy May, why do you treat me this way? Hey, hey, Daddy May, I'll get even someday.
hammer, big stack hammer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Some great bluegrass there, Brandy. What'd you think about that?
It is great. I mean, the band has been amazing, and actually Colton has a connection to this band.
Oh, no kidding. What's that connection?
Yes, he does.
His great uncle is playing up there with the banjo.
Okay, so his great uncle is playing the banjo. Hence the shirt Colton's crew, right? Oh, okay. It all makes sense.
Right,
now.
right.
So yeah, we're here with Colton and his family. And Brandy, why don't you tell us a little bit or introduce the family here?
Yeah, so this is Colton. He and I met in December of 2021. This is his mom, Tanya, and then his brother, Cade, and his sister, Callie. So they are from Jackson, but they drive down to the center twice a week to see me, and Colton and I have become quite good buds in that period of time.
So Tanya, tell us a little bit about Colton's story, how you got to where you are today.
In October of 2020, he was in a motor vehicle accident, had multiple injuries, has a traumatic brain injury. It was not looking good when he first had his accident. We were sent to St. Louis. He was in a coma for a month and a half. We stayed in St. Louis for 6 months. Once he got released from the hospital, we started therapy immediately. We started coming down here in December of 2021, and Brandy's been helping him ever since.
So since December of 2021, he's been coming to the center. And Colton, I know we talked just a little bit ago, and you like to talk. So tell us what your favorite part about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center is.
The therapists, they're amazing.
Yes, they are. I agree with you 100%. The therapists are amazing. So when we talk about Colton and the work that he's been doing and the work that he is going to be doing, what does a day-to-day look like for Colton?
So Colton comes down twice a week. We do a lot of work. So he spends 2 hours a day with me. And I have to tell you, Colton is one of the hardest workers I have ever met.
Longer.
We do wish longer.
Yeah.
So he works really, really hard. When he first started coming to the center, he came in this chair, and he really wasn't walking at all. He was doing some standing with assistance, and he is determined. His goal is to get back to walking. And within, I would say, the first 3 months of therapy, he was taking 1 or 2 steps by himself, and now he is to the point where he can walk 3 or 4 laps around the playground with just me walking by his side. And his dedication to putting in the work, doing the hard stuff that, is really frustrating for him, because they're all things he could do before, and persevering through it all is really why he's where he is today.
Yeah, and I think it says a lot, the perseverance and the drive, Colton, that you have to do this. And I just got to think, that drive that you have, what is it that motivates you to do what you do?
My family motivates me to do everything. I mean, I put hard when I'm working, but my family behind me the whole time.
So good to have a family support, and you got mom and siblings, and they're really pushing you, and I'm so glad that you have that drive. When you think about moving forward now, what are some goals? What are some of the next steps, some of the next goals that Colton has?
So Colton has a lot going on right now. With his motor vehicle accident, he had a lot of leg injuries, but also a lot of traumatic injuries to his arms and the nerves in his arms. So he recently traveled to Texas, where he had his second surgery there. So he's actually been out of therapy for 6 months. This is sort of a little reunion for us, because we haven't seen each other for 6 weeks.
It's been way too long.
It has been way too long. I've been texting his mom while he's been on break saying, I really miss Colton. I can't wait till you come back. So he has goals to gain movement and strength back in his hand and in his arm. And we work on those things a little bit, but he and I, our primary goals are working on walking. And prior to him leaving for the surgery, we had started working on running as well. So Colton was an amazing wrestler and an amazing athlete, still is an amazing athlete. And he just wants to get back to where he was before the accident.
And Mom, I know I just want to ask you one more question because I think your story is helpful for people that are watching, and that is you never in your wildest imagination thought you would need the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and then one day that changed. So what could you say to people that are right now watching the center, trying to decide if they should give to support the Kenny Rogers Children's Center or not? What would you say to them? Just look in that camera right there and tell them.
I think you should definitely call in and donate. It definitely has helped our family tremendously. If it wasn't for Kenny Rogers, Colton wouldn't be getting the therapy that he really needs. So we appreciate all the donations that people call in and make.
You can do that by calling 877-472-0397, or you can text KRCC to 71777. Colton, thanks, buddy. Keep pushing. We're proud of you. Keep working hard, all right?
Thank you. I have the amazing support system with my family and the therapist I have.
Yes, sir. Keep working. Right now, we're going to throw it to a Children's Center video.
My name is Tom Ritchie. I'm a physical therapist here in Sikeston, Missouri, which I have been for the last 53 years, 54 years, something like that. I graduated from the University of Missouri in 1971. I've been here about 3 or 4 months when Mr. Dave Reagan of the Regional Center came over and asked Carol Jones if he could use some of my services over at the Regional Center, and Harold said yes, but we need a clinical psychologist. So we traded different talents for each other. So I was excited because I love working with children anyway. And so the Regional Center at that time had in the center had 40 beds, 20 for females and 20 for males, children. And so I went over there and started seeing their kids and teaching the staff how to work and do different things with those kids. That's in the little area they gave me to work in, at a table like this one here, and for me to put the child up on and examine them and set up a program. And I would set up appointments on Saturday morning, one Saturday morning a month, and pretty soon it was filled up, and which was great. And I got to meet lots of fantastic people and kids, and it got busier, and it went to almost a full day. Helen Shelton had a son that needed therapy, and she had started going to different self-help programs around. So she was familiar with exercise and things, and I was treating her son, and she was very enthusiastic. And after a while, I said, Helen, why don't we talk to Mr. Reagan and see if he'll give us some room here at the center, and we can do this a half a day, every day. And everyone was on board. And so we opened up a small area, it was a closet. And we were just filled up with kids coming because there was no other services for them. It just, word of mouth kept growing. We were bringing kids in from Poplar Bluff, all over Mississippi County, New Madrid County, Scott County. I even had one child, I believe, they brought him up from Arkansas because here was a program that no one else was providing. But it was just sort of, I don't know, magical or serendipitous, I don't know what the word is, but at the time, Kenny Rogers was coming to the rodeo. And the Jaycees had also become interested in what we're doing at the center, and they brought Kenny over to our center over on Center Street. And he was really amazed of all the things we were doing and how we got started and how things were progressing. And after the rodeo, he announced that he was going to donate an Arabian stallion to us to sell and give us some really good seed money, because our plans, we saw that the Center Street building wasn't going to be large enough. We wanted to build our own building. We sold the horse for $75,000, and Kenny came back and put on a concert, and he always would bring in his friends, the Gatlin brothers or different people by to help with the concert. I'm still amazed that it all fell together and came together that way, but we had help from the medical community, the business community, and then the volunteers and parents. It just was amazing. It's unbelievable, all the technology that's been incorporated into this building, and the training of the therapists and all the different therapy people that you have here, the OTs, physical therapists, speech pathologists, special education. It's amazing, because all those people make up, the building's nice and all the bricks and mortar, but your reputation has spread. I can go travel across the state or in different surrounding states and then know about the Kenny Rogers Center. You should give to the Kenny Rogers Center, because it's the most wonderful place to spend your money. You definitely get your money's worth. So many children are helped. They're able to carry on the low cost or no cost for treating these kids. So please donate and keep this center moving ahead with its fine therapy and people that come here to use the center.
I'm here with Gary Hampton, who has been a friend of the center for many years. You've performed at the Telethon for several different years, and you're back again this year, and we appreciate that. Gary, what is your why for being a part of the Telethon year after year?
Well, for one, being a longtime Sikeston resident, and the community comes together for this event. It's so wonderful. But when I was little, I walked on crutches for 4 years with a leg calviperthes is what it was called. And there was an organization that helped us out. You know, my dad was a single parent, and we couldn't have went to St. Louis to the hospital and to Memphis. So this organization helped us out, and that's how we made it. So that's why I feel so passionate about giving back to the Kenny Rogers Cerebral Palsy Children's Center.
Well, Gary, thank you so much year after year. And what song are you going to do for us? You got a couple you're going to do, right?
Yeah. First, I'm going to do a Beatles song, and I hope I don't mess it up. I'm being watched, so, you know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make welcome once again, Gary Hampton.
Thank you.
Say you love me too. Oh, I
Thank you. They wanted me to do 2, so I got to get this thing off my neck. It's driving me crazy. So, all right, all you kids, listen up. Here's a joke you kids can tell. Why did the chicken cross the road? No. Because. Come on now. It wouldn't be me on the telethon if I didn't tell at least one corny joke. So, take this thing off too. So, try not to waste too much time. Lovers live longer. Lovers live right. Lovers get crazy deep in the night. Lovers live longer, so let's stay together the way that we're going. We might live forever. Babe, I read it in the news today. I'd live to be a ripe old age. Funny thing is what they had to say, something we've known all along. Lovers live longer, lovers live right. Lovers get crazy deep in the night. Lovers live longer, let's stay together. It's the way that we're going. We might live forever. I play your body like a fine guitar. You light me up just like a shining star. Let them guess how young or old we are. We'll just love our lives away. Lovers live longer. Lovers live right. Lovers get crazy deep in the night. Lovers live longer. Let's stay together. It's the way that we're going. We might live forever. The way that we're going. We might live forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Gary Hampton there on the stage. My brother, my friend right there. Always good to hear him. And he's going to be playing a little bit later on tonight down the road at one of the local establishments. And
Am I still on?
Yeah.
At the 110 Grill, I'm going to leave here and go down there. They're having a dart tournament. They got good food and good drinks. It's right there next to Pizza Inn. And I'm going to play for 2 hours for tips. And whatever we get in the tip jug is going to come back to
and it's going to
the
come
Kenny
back
Rogers
to this.
Center.
So he's going to go down to the 110 Grill. He's going to be playing for tips, basically. So go out tonight and add to this total because, CJ, I think we're going to see this go up.
I've heard a rumor that we've got a new total. Let's see if we can. I don't know. Do we have to knock on the wall? What's the secret
Here we go.
here?
I'm knocking.
Is that
I'm
our
knocking.
drum roll?
That's our drum
That's
roll.
our drum roll.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. $225,013.
That's a nice jump. That's where we wanted to see it.
So we got about 40 minutes before we go off the air.
Can we do? Let's do 3. Come on, people. Look at the number at the bottom of your screen. Pick up your phone. Text. I think we can do it.
I think we can get to 3. I think we need to get to 3 because I think the kids in this region deserve us getting to 3.
Absolutely. I know there's a lot of plans. You and I both are on the Kenny Rogers board. You know, we know about, plans for expansion. We know about things, new equipment that needs to be done, staff and the whatnot. And every dollar goes into that today. Every dollar. That's what it's about. So we need you to get to those phones, 877-472-0397, or text I believe it's 71777.
Yep, text KRCC to 71777. And it's so amazing whenever our therapists are so passionate about when they come and tell us things that they want to see in the future for the Kenny Rogers Center. You know, we are sitting in on meetings and we hear different things and how they're just, I mean, over the moon, ready to go, ready to do this. We've got plans. We got this. We want to do this. We want to do that. And it's like, wow, you know, not only is this where they work, but they want to expand to see the services offered expand, to get kids off the wait list. You know, we need to hire more therapists. We can't do that without the support of our community.
Well, you know, it brings up a really good point. You know, when this center started 50 years ago, in 73, it was the Kenny Rogers Cerebral Palsy Center. And when you talk about expanding in different services, now it's, you know, over the years morphed into the Kenny Rogers Children's Center because it's moved beyond one specific need. There's so many different things now, from speech, occupational therapy. I mean, there's so many things, and there's more to come.
Yes. I mean, there's, you know, just hearing the vision and you know, being able to see that in our minds as to what that looks like and what we want to do. It's so amazing to think that, you know, where we come from since 1973 to 2023, where will we be in another 50 years?
That's a great question.
It's a great dream to dream. You know, what if we completely outgrow the space we're in and we have to build something bigger, you know, across town because we're landlocked? How amazing would that be over the next 50 years?
And again, this is not just a Sikeston-centric thing. This is all around. We've talked to people from New Madrid and Matthews, East Prairie and Charleston. We know that people come, you know, from Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee over the years, you know, back and forth. You know, this is a community. This is an area-wide need, an area-wide service, and it has to have and needs your support today. We only do this once a year.
Yep. And this sets our budget for 365 days. So we're not going to come back and ask you again at a telethon for another year.
Not a telethon.
And here we are less than now 40 minutes away from going off the air. We need to see that at over 300,000. Here's more about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center.
My name is Audrey Roth, and I'm a physical therapist at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. The TheraSuit method combines a specialized suit with a bout of intensive physical therapy to provide maximal treatment results in a short amount of time. This treatment is most often used for children with neurological impairments like cerebral palsy or spina bifida, for example. However, it can be used with a wide range of diagnoses, including Down syndrome, developmental delay, and many others. The TheraSuit uses a system of rubber bands to provide dynamic correction of the child's posture and gait. The bands are placed by a trained therapist based on the child's specific alignment needs. These bands don't force the child into perfect alignment, but instead give the child feedback about their movement and cueing to facilitate the correct movement pattern. The TheraSuit is worn as part of an intensive program. During an intensive, the child will come to physical therapy 5 days per week for 3 to 4 weeks, and each of those sessions is 3 hours long. The child typically wears the TheraSuit during the last half of each session when treatment is focused on functional movement and gait. Another tool used during intensives is the Universal Exercise Unit, which we call the CAGE for short. The CAGE uses a pulley system with weights to create many different scenarios for weight training exercises. Alternatively, the pulley system can be set up without weight in a way that eliminates the effect of gravity, making some exercises more accessible for very weakened muscles. The CAGE can also be used in a spider cage setup where the child is secured in a harness and bungee cords attach the harness to the cage. This provides partial body weight support to, again, lessen some of the effects of gravity. It also allows the child to practice movements without the possibility or fear of falling. At the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, we have a team of TheraSuit-trained physical therapists who can provide this specialized treatment to help your child reach their goals.
All right, I'm here with Brandy and Audrey, and you just watched a video about one of the therapies that's done at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, and they've told me a little bit about that. So, Audrey, why don't you tell us a little more about that suit therapy?
Yeah, so the suit therapy we do as part of an intensive program. So the kids who participate, they will come for a 3-hour session, and they'll come every day of the week for 3 to 4 weeks. So it's a really intensive bout of therapy, and we'll talk with their family and kind of pick a goal that we want to work on. Like maybe the child's not walking, but they're close, and we want to get them walking or get independent standing balance, something like that. And we use a suit that you saw it in the video, but it's like a top, bottom, knee pads, and shoes, and you use a system of rubber bands to kind of support the muscle groups that they need. So the suit is individualized for each child and what they need, and it gives them feedback to their body position and movements and kind of gives them dynamic correction. So they can mess up, but it facilitates the correct movement so they learn the correct motor patterns.
So it's a pretty intense session. How long does one session typically last?
They're 3 hours.
So 3 hours, and I imagine during the day as they go through those sessions, I mean, it presents soreness probably after they've done these sessions. How much improvement does like one session show?
It's not, I wouldn't say I always see improvement after just one session, although you do sometimes, but definitely week by week or like throughout the course of the week, you're seeing improvements and like little bit each day. And sometimes they may have a really hard day, and that's fine, and we just, we do better the next day. And you would be amazed at 3 hours sounds like a long time, but we have 3-year-olds that do it, and you'd be amazed at how well they do for 3 hours.
And how long has the center been doing this program?
Probably about 15 years. It was something that I got trained to do shortly after I started working at the center. And it's such a great way to approach therapy, because we see kids a lot of times that have such global delays or multiple problems. Like as a physical therapist, I may have a child who is working on walking, but is also working on being an independent sitter on the side of the bed to get dressed, or pushing their wheelchair at school without getting tired. And so when you only see a kid once a week for an hour or twice a week for an hour, that's a lot of things to work on. And so you get to pick the one thing that is most important, identify all the reasons why the child isn't doing those things, focus on those things, and that's why you see so much progress. And Audrey's right, we always talk to each other about it, like, oh, I'm starting to get anxious, we're at the end of the first week, and things are getting a little bit better, but am I doing the right things? And then the next Monday they come in like they've had a weekend of rest, and they come in and it's like, ta-da, like I can do it, and it's on to the next thing. So like on to the next part of the movement. And so it's really fun to watch because you get to see progress in a really short period of time. And I feel like it's really like rewarding for the child and intrinsically motivating, because they're seeing the change in themselves over the course of that time that you don't always appreciate when you're a 6-year-old who comes once a week and it maybe takes you 6 months to learn something that you now learned in 3 weeks.
Got you. So how many children are in this type of therapy? How do you qualify for this therapy as well?
Usually in the spring, Brandy and I will kind of start talking about who is a good candidate and who's interested in the program, and we can only do so many of them in the summer. I end up doing like 3 to 4 kids in the summer. So yeah, we just kind of think about who's a good candidate for it.
And, so thinking about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, is there other places in the area that do this type of therapy, or is this unique to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center?
There's no one else close by that does this therapy. I think maybe in St. Louis they have someone. I'm not even sure about that.
I believe there was a clinic at one point, but I don't even know that they're still doing it. I do know there's a clinic in Kansas City, and there's one clinic in Columbia as well. But we, again, were the first clinic in Missouri to start doing it 15 years ago. And honestly, some of the therapists that are in Kansas City and Columbia started at the center and were trained and were doing it at the center, and then they were able to take it to other cities. And so even though it was something that happened here initially, it has expanded and is impacting kids in Kansas City and Columbia as well.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. And I think that that is something that we really need to understand, the impact that the Kenny Rogers Children's Center has all across the state and in other states. Thank you so much for what you do. Thank you so much for this therapy. Thank you for sharing it. And right now we're going to go back to the main stage with Gary Hampton.
Hey, I just want to say real quick, let's have a big round of applause for the staff, all the crew at the KRCZ Center, all the crew and volunteers here today, and all you people that donated, and especially the kids. Let's hear it. I know that takes time away from me singing, but I don't care because that's not why we're here. We're here to raise money for these kids. So my mama is in a nursing home right now. She's on hospice. I'm going to do a song for her. She loved Jesus and she loved roses, so this is for my mama. I am going to a city. I am going to a city where the streets with gold are paved. Loved ones gathered all around us where the roses never fade. Here they bloom for just one season. Soon their beauty is decayed. But I am going to a city where the roses never fade. In this life we have our troubles, Satan's snares we must evade. We'll be free from all temptation where the roses never fade. Here they bloom for just one season. Soon their beauty is decayed. So I am going to a city where the roses never fade. Loved ones gathered all around us in their robes of white array. They'll be waiting for our coming where the roses never fade. Here they bloom for just one season. Soon their beauty is decayed. So I am going to a city where the roses never fade. I am going to a city. Them kids jumped in them balls and I just had to smile. You know, they're having so much fun, I just had to smile. Thank you very
We
much.
are at the tote board here for another one of my favorite things. This is another check presentation. Faith, tell us who we've got here.
This is Brian Cox.
So Brian is here with a $500 check, Mike. That's pretty impressive. Good job, Brian. So how did Brian raise this money?
Brian just reached out to a whole bunch of friends and family, and they just donated to his cause.
Awesome. Thank you so much, buddy. Are you having fun? Yeah? Absolutely. All right, we'll have you step right that way. Good job. Thank you very much. Come on in here. We got another one. I like the check I like it when they come in bunches.
Yep. Money's rolling in when they come in bunches.
That's right.
Yeah.
Come on in here this way. This is a lot of fun for YouTube Productions. Been out doing face painting out in the hall. You do a lot. quickly tell us what some of the other things that you do.
We are a full-service family and children's entertainment and event planning company, and we service all of Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, and Missouri, and I am from Sikeston, and I love KRC.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
This amount is $125, and that's a portion of the face painting and glitter tattoos from today. And just as a side note, that's 2 sessions or possibly just 1 session for a child at Kenny Rogers Center.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your donation. We'll have you step that way as well. Appreciate that. Hey, we know these ladies just a little bit. I get to talk to these ladies quite a bit, not just during Telethon, but throughout the year we communicate, and such a joy and always fun whenever you call and get a smiling face on the phone, because you can literally hear your smile whenever I talk to you on the phone. It's the craziest thing how you can hear a smile, but when I talk to Micah, every time there's a smile.
Well, I just love to talk to you, Derek.
Yeah, you don't have to lie. We're on it's live. That's just we can't edit that. But
notice he didn't say that about me.
He didn't. He did not say that.
I've not gotten to you yet.
Oh, yeah. Now he's going to change the story, yeah.
So whenever Brandy calls, I attempt not to answer. That's not I love these ladies.
It's usually a text message about there's a tech problem in the building that is above my pay grade, and I need your help now.
It's always great because I'll get, can I call you?
Yeah.
That's always the text. Can I call you? And yes, call this number. I love being able to be a part of what you guys do here at the center. What I do for you guys is small compared to what you do for the families of this center. And, you reach out, you guys in the office, you reach out, you get donations for the silent auction, which is always one of the big favorites here at the Telethon every year. So tell us kind of all about how everything came about for that this year.
Well, it basically just is the community. I call businesses and I ask them, and they say, yeah, come pick something up. We'll donate. And so that's what we do. And we really couldn't do it without the support of the local businesses in the community.
Isn't it amazing how they just rally behind it? I remember years ago, we would practically have to beg for items. And now they're like, no, we believe in this. We love this. We love being a part of it. And then, you look back and you see a lot of the items. The Buy It Now feature has been one of the coolest things. I'm going digital with this, Brandy. I know a couple of years ago, whenever we were talking about just the thought of even doing this, and now look, everything is online and pretty much really manages itself after you get the items uploaded, right?
It really does, and I can't tell you what a weight that has lifted from just the staff at the center from the days when there were pieces of paper and pens, and there was a lot of pushing and shoving.
Oh, yeah, I remember the bodies. Everybody.
Yes, yes.
Trying to block things off.
Yes, and lots of really mad people because I wrote my number down at 401. Anyway. So it's amazing, yes, that we can do it online and that people can shop from home. There's a lot of people who live far away or who can't make it to Telethon for various reasons who can still contribute by sitting on their couch and browsing through items. And we have that happen a lot, and it has made things so much easier. And even as a therapist, I would go through on the night that we set up and put my bids in, but then I would never know if I got outbid, and now I get that fancy little text that's like, oop, you've been outbid.
That's
and
right.
I can go place another auction item bid.
Well, and I know we were taking items even up through this week for a different thing. About how many items were there in the auction this year?
Close to 300, I think.
Wow. Over 300 items. In the sun, yeah. Micah just gave up at some point. She's like, you know what? They're there. They're online. We're good. So, without further ado, let's see what this year's silent auction raised. There it is, $26,675, which Brandy just said is a record. So awesome. Thank you all so much for your work. Thank you, businesses and individuals and folks that got behind this and donated items to this auction. And it all starts again Monday, right?
I'll contact them in January.
People can come pick up on Monday. Thank you all so much. Thank you, ladies. Always fun talking with you and hanging out with you and just doing life daily with you guys. It's awesome. It's fun to just be a part of what happens here at the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Reed is back over there on the side stage.
That I am. Thank you so much, CJ. And I've got a tribe sitting here to my left. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get one of you guys to bring a microphone over and swing it around because we've got a long list of people here. But sitting next to me, I'm going to kind of have this lady set us up. So who are we talking to again, and what do we got going on?
We have Tucker's Tribe. Tucker receives all 3 services, speech, physical, and occupational therapy at the center. He's been coming since he was just about his brother's age. Just a little guy, and now he's a really big guy and running and jumping and talking up a storm, so I'm his speech therapist. And so, you know, when he started, he wasn't talking, and now you can't get him to stop.
And you got Miss Molly sitting over here. Molly, I guess you've worked. These folks are no strangers to the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon at all.
No, they're not. We know each and every one of them.
And we've got rambunctious youngsters back here in the ball pit running around. And Tucker's Tribe, the whole family. Folks, that's Tucker right here behind us. He's coming up. Miss Brandy's helping him right now. Molly, talk a little bit about Tucker and the strides that he's made.
Well, for occupational therapy, we concentrate a lot on working both of his hands together. So a lot of bilateral skills in order for him to be functional with dressing and everyday life. And he has made extreme amount of strides. I mean, he's doing great work at doing buttoning, and we're trying to work on buttoning and stringing beads and scissors by using one-handed scissors.
And I was going to say, Tucker comes over and he looks over and say hello to everybody.
Hi.
There you go. Let's pass that microphone down. I know Mom and Grandma and the whole tribe's down here, so can you tell us who everybody is? Put the microphone in their face and ask who they are. Tell us who they are.
Nanny.
I'm
Nanny?
Sarah. I'm his mom.
Lane.
Ella. I'm Maddie.
I'm Lauren. Natalie.
Right there.
I'm Emma.
And this is all Tucker's Tribe, Mom and Grandma and brothers and sisters and all sorts of people. And, of course, they've been raising money, and they've got a check here. So what do you say we take a look and see what this check, the amount is for? And I see, holy cow, Tucker's Tribe has $9,000 for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. Mom, how did you raise the money?
We done a couple of raffles, but mainly friends and family. So we just send it out, and we're lucky enough to have a big enough family, and they send it out. So,
we've heard that over and over today. The therapists have heard it. They hear it almost every day. But when it comes to raising this money, friends and family, it's like, how did you raise the money? It's friends and family. And that is a testament, I think, to the importance of what this center means to everyone, and the fact that it does affect friends and family. I mean, you've seen the effect, and I can see you now. You're trying to hold it back just a little bit there, Mom. But, real quick, what does the center mean to you guys? I mean, we say, I ask you this every year, it seems like, when I'm here. Grandma?
She's going to have me do it.
She's like...
I've heard you say a lot of times today, they're there after hours.
Yeah.
When we first started, he had just had surgery. We were scared to death. Didn't know what he could do, didn't know what he would be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
He had to have a hemispherotomy he had seizures and a major stroke.
Mm-hmm.
So Tucker only uses the left side of his brain. The other side's completely disconnected. From the minute we walked in that door, they become our support system and our family.
And
they are here when you need them.
And that's the key.
Yeah.
That's what we keep saying all day long.
Yeah.
They are the support. You guys are the support, whether they've been here for 1 month as a therapist. Miss Sue, the boss, has been here for 42 years. Miss Molly's been here for over a quarter century, 27 years. I mean, this is what it's about. You've been here now for a while. I mean, these are the reason. This is the reason that we're here. It's for Tucker. Give me 5, dude. That's what I'm talking about. So before we leave today, before we get off the air, please, 877-472-0397 or text KRCC to 71777. Tucker's Tribe, folks, give it up for them again. $9,000. How about that? And I do believe if we're ready, we've got more money and a group of guys, a whole group that, well, I just saw a bunch of these guys last night. Jason, who's over there with you?
Yeah, I'm here with a group of men you may have heard of if you're from the area, the Sikeston Jaycees, here with Noah Curtis. Noah, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You know that many people may not know the impact that the Sikeston Jaycees have on our community. Specifically for today, we're talking about the Kenny Rogers Children's Center. And, you know, as you hear the story and the history of the Kenny Rogers Children's Center, what you learn is that the reason that it's called the Kenny Rogers Children's Center is because Kenny Rogers came to the rodeo and heard about the center and gave money to help get the center really rolling. And so we're so thankful for you and your organization. And you guys had a little event last night, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. We did the entertainment announcement last night, and it turned out to be fantastic. We invited a lot of the local community out, and it was one of the best entertainment announcements we've ever had.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I didn't get to make it out because I had some other things going, but I got to see some of the video and heard a lot of great things about what was going on. And so the money that you guys raised from the rodeo is what you use to help these organizations. Am I right about that?
Absolutely. A lot of it comes from the rodeo. Halfway through the year, we've got the crawfish boil. It helps. I mean, just our events in general, anything we do, we try and give away. So that's what it's about for us, is our community and giving away as much as we can to the place that helped build all the men you see before you today.
Yeah, and we're very thankful for that. And this is just a small number of the men that are a part of the Sikeston Jaycees. And not only are they involved in doing things like the rodeo and raising money with the crawfish boil, but I know you guys participate in other organizations. Some of you are a part of the Sikeston Chamber Board. I know Hunter's a part of my board at Historic Downtown Sikeston. And so there's ways that you guys get involved, and your employers as well help you participate. I watched the video last night, and I heard Ethan thank your employers because your employers give you time to do what you do.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of time to be able to do what we do and put on these events so that we can give away what we give away. And without our employers being understanding to the good that comes from what we're trying to do, this thing couldn't go on. I mean, they help out a tremendous amount, giving us the time to do what we do.
All right, so without further ado, let's turn this check around and see from the Sikeston Jaycee Boot Hill, the Sikeston Jaycees, it's $20,000. Wow, incredible, $20,000. And so, again, just so we're clear, the money that you donate like this comes from proceeds from the rodeo.
Absolutely.
So as you're looking through the internet today, and as you're going to the Jaycees, Sikeston Jaycee Boot Hill Rodeo Facebook page, as you're looking at those tickets, as you're trying to decide, should I buy tickets or should I not? Let's just say you should, right?
Absolutely. They'll sell out fast.
They will sell out fast. So make sure to get your tickets. How can they get those tickets?
You can get your tickets for the rodeo at www.sikestonrodeo.com.
SikestonRodeo.com is where you can get your tickets, and I'm sure they would appreciate that. Thank you guys so much for always helping. By the way, it's not just financially. I have seen Jaycees working to help set up sets, help tear down sets, all types of things for the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. So right now we're going to take a look at a video about the center.
Omarion is 5 years old. He loves attention, for one. He loves being hands-on. He also loves to play with his siblings. Ever since he's learned to walk, he loves to walk, and he doesn't want you to help him or anything. That's another thing. He's very independent as well. He has a diagnosis, which is hypomyelinating leukodystrophy, It affects the central nervous system, the myelin in the central nervous system. It also causes spasticity problems, developmental delays, hypotonia, and a lot of other delays. When he was born, he was doing a lot of different gestures that caused concern. So we came to find out that he was having seizures. Done an MRI that detected that. I was very devastated. It took me a while to accept the fact, but I knew that was my baby. I couldn't give up on him. I had to do whatever I had to do to get him where he needed to be. He had trouble sitting up, holding his head up. He had problems with his muscles, and he could not eat on his own. He was tube fed for a couple years. Also, he still isn't very verbal, but he does say a few things. He says mama, daddy, and his favorite is bye and hi. He just recently learned those, and he says it all the time. As soon as we started coming, he started being able to eat different things on his own. And then my main goal was for him to be able to walk before he started school. And it was right on time. He started walking right before school. The intensive therapy is where he came every single day to therapy. He was working real hard in physical therapy, trying to meet his goal, and he did it.
So when Omarion comes to OT, we work a lot on his motor control as far as being able to put things together, take things apart, put things in a controlled way. Omarion is always wanting to please. He is always wanting to work so hard. It's hard for him. Things are very difficult for him at times, depending on the task. But he's always wanting to succeed. You can just see it, and he lights up when he sees you, and he always loves it when he succeeds and you're clapping for him and you're giving him praise.
The center is very important to us. They've helped in ways I never thought I'd see him come to this party, come to this point. And I'm happy.
Things that I work on with Omarion are a lot of balance activities, independent standing. We do, leg strengthening, core strengthening, things like that you need build up those muscles to be able to stand and walk independently.
Any type of therapy needed for your child, Kenny Rogers is really the place to come. They really care about all of the patients, and they take their time, and they're going to work to get that goal met. You're watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Make your donation now.
And if you look at what's on your screen right now, this means one thing, that we are at the end, Michelle.
We are at the end. When we start this day, it seems like a long day ahead of us, but it goes by so fast, and we have so many people to thank, and hopefully we're going to have a great total to get us through the rest of the year.
Speaking of total, Reed, who has microphones, by the way? I have no idea. Okay, there we go. And Mike's over there. That we
Mike's
can get him
over here.
in by you.
I'm lost
You're
in the crowd.
Lost in the shuffle.
And
do we have a total?
I don't know. Do I need to do the drum roll thing like this, and what's going on back there? And it's blinking. It's blinking. Come on.
It's blinking.
Come on.
$286,688.
I'll take that.
Absolutely. Michelle, any parting words as we get ready to head home here?
We always, it's not too late to make your donation. Still call your friends and family, and a lot of money still comes in. We will get to 300,000.
Oh, wow. And here they come. Maybe. We may have a balloon.
The whole net came down.
Oh, that is so funny. And that, my friends, is what we call live TV. Oh, that's great. Now we got balloons. Ladies and gentlemen, for Mike
So
Helms,
if anybody wondered if this was live or not, now you know.
For Mike Helms, for Reed Howe, Jason Davis, Ryan Tate, Whitney Thomas, thank you guys so much for watching the Kenny Rogers Children's Center Telethon. Gary Hampton, rock us out, my friend.
Them balloons got a mind of their own, don't they? Hey, y'all sing this with me, okay? You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. The other night, dear, while I lay sleeping, I dream I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken, and I hung my head and I cried. Sing it with me. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. I'll always love you and be proud of you. If you would only say the same. But if you leave me for another, you'll regret it all someday. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I didn't let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Hide it under a bushel, no, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, hide it under a bushel, no, I'm gonna let it shine. Hide it under a bushel, no, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Ain't gonna take, I'm gonna let it shine. Ain't gonna let the devil shut it out, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Will the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? There's a better home awaiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky. I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away in the morning when I die. Hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. All right, look at all the smiles. Smiles make it worthwhile.